All right, good morning, everyone. It's February 17th, 2022, and this is the regular meeting of the California Fair Political Practices Commission. Ms. Lincoln, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Baker? Here. Commissioner Cardenas?
I'm here.
Commissioner Wilson?
Here.
Commissioner Wood?
Here.
Chair Matich?
Present.
Well, good
morning, everyone. I think we have a little bit of feedback. Let's hang on a second. All right. Under our first item of welcome, I have a special announcement / presentation that I want to begin with. Back in January of 2021, our communications director, Jay Wairinga, began looking for community colleges that would be willing to partner with us to develop informational videos and other types of public service announcements to let the public know and let stakeholders know what we do here at the FPPC and the various services that we provide. And so through Mr. Wairinga's contacts, he was able to reach out to the Peralta Community College District in the Bay Area, and specifically one of its colleges, Laney College in Oakland. And the partnership that we were able to successfully develop with Laney College is pretty simple. They have a student in their media department that is willing for class credit to develop those videos and public service announcements for our agency. In return, that student gets credit for part of their studies at the college. So it's a great collaborative partnership, both for the student, for the college, and for our agency. So leading that partnership at the college is the Professor Steve Schlinsky, who is the co-chair of Laney College's media department. He has about 40 years of television production experience, including working for various television stations, KTVU, KICU, and KNTV. And let me just say, he has extensive professional experience and accolades, but I was struck by the fact that the professor has won 14 local Emmy Awards. So we're certainly very grateful and appreciative of his partnership with our agency. So thank you very much, Professor Schlinsky. So we're extremely proud of this partnership and the work that we've been able to do. This year, the student who participated in this program is Miss Susan Bradley. Ms. Bradley is a freelance photographer and videographer, as well as one of the professor's students. She's completed a major in photography and also is working on a minor in media communications. She specializes in photography and video of special events, has produced several videos for professional firms, nonprofit organizations, and several schools, colleges, and universities. So Ms. Bradley currently serves as the governor for the National Academy of Arts and Sciences, Board of Governors for their Northern California chapter. So at this time, I want to thank Ms. Bradley for her work for us, and let's show one of the two videos that she was able to produce for us. Arts and Sciences, Board of Governors for their Northern California chapter. So at this time, I want to thank Ms. Bradley for her work for us, and let's show one of the two videos that she was able to produce for us.
Can I help you?
Well, at this time, I want to publicly thank, again, Ms. Bradley for her exceptional work on that video and the others that she helped us produce. And as a token of our appreciation, wish you could be here in person with us, Ms. Bradley, but we'll be sending this to you quickly in the mail, a certificate of appreciation on behalf of the commission and our agency. Thank you very much for your work on this, and thank you, Professor. We look forward to continuing our partnership with Laney College in the future. Before I forget, thank you, Jay Warenga, our communications director, for, of course, putting this whole partnership together and all the work you did in leading this effort. Appreciate it. All right. Without further ado, we'll go ahead and move on to item 1 on our agenda. That is public comment for items not on today's agenda. Do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda? Hearing and seeing none, we'll proceed to item 2, approval of the December 2021 commission meeting minutes. Do any commissioners have edits or comments on the meeting minutes? Approved. To approve, do we have a second?
Second.
Any public comment on the meeting minutes? Seeing none, Ms. Lenker, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Matich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Excellent. Now proceed to our consent calendar. And before we get into the consent calendar, I just wanted to acknowledge that we made a change recently, which I think will help expedite our consideration of matters at the commission. Prior to this meeting agenda, the consent calendar consisted solely of enforcement matters. Under Robert's rules and ordinary board practice, consent calendars can include things that are of non-controversial nature. Here at the commission, we periodically approve forms, manuals, et cetera, other things that, in my view, would be appropriate for inclusion on a consent calendar. So starting this year, we're going to start including those types of things on consent, and you'll note that item 3, the adoption of our new Form 803s, is now listed on the consent. As with all consent calendar items, commissioners are welcome to pull an item, including item 3, for separate discussion if they wish, but I just wanted to let the commission know that that would be how we proceed going forward. So with that introduction, do commissioners have any items on the consent calendar that they wish to pull for separate consideration? I will indicate that I intend to pull item 4 for separate discussion among the commissioners. We have other items. Commissioner Baker?
Thank you. I'd like to pull item number 5, please.
The commissioners? Hearing and seeing none. The consent calendar then will be items 3 and, well, let me invite Chief Brereton. I think she wishes to speak on item 6 before.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I would like to pull item number 6.
Is this something that we would expect to be presented to the commission at a future meeting then?
Yes.
Item 6 will be removed. That leaves us with just item 3 for the consent calendar. Do we have a motion to approve item 3 on the consent?
So moved.
Second.
Any public comment on item 3? Ms. Lenker?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Matich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, we'll proceed next to item 4. This is the stipulation that's being presented in the matter of the Committee for a Strong CISCU Economy, known Measure H, sponsored by Crystal Geyser Water Company. Chief Brereton, I know I have some questions and concerns about the stipulation, but did you have any opening remarks that you wanted to make or things to our attention to with this stipulation?
Yes. So I would first like to acknowledge that the public harm in this matter is significant, which is why we are bringing the stipulation that we are, with a significant penalty compared to other cases of this nature. We also acknowledge that settlements are not perfect. They're a compromise of the facts as well as the penalty amount. But they do serve a very significant function. It is important because the facts get to the public. We are able to tell the story. Granted, it's not always in the way that we would prefer if we were presenting the matter at a hearing, for instance, but it is available to the public, and the facts then are known. It also is an admission of violations. All of our stipulations require the respondents to admit to a violation of the Act, all of them that are included in the stipulation, which you do not get at a hearing. If at a contested hearing, there is no admission. It also helps us to use our resources wisely. There are lots of cases that we have that include significant public harm that we want to get to, and settlements allow us to resolve more cases because hearings take time, and that time is our staff time, and it's for us to be able to bring a case to the public with fewer resources allows us to get to all those cases that are waiting in the wings for us to get to and to resolve those as well. So it allows us to balance bringing information to the public with using our resources wisely so that we can bring matters to light and have an admission on the record of a violation. Another thing I'd like to point out is that as cases get older, evidence gets stale. So it does make it harder for us to bring matters to resolution as the cases age. So part of the goal of the commission in enacting the Streamline program and the new diversion program, which you'll hear more about later, is to help with resources so that we can get to these cases faster, get to them more quickly, so that we're not resolving a 2017 case in 2022, so that as we go through 2022, we're hearing more cases that are from 2021, even 2022, that we're resolving cases in a timely way that's more relevant to the time period that the violations occurred. Another thing I'd like to point out about this particular stipulation is that while there is circumstantial evidence that shows that some of the parties wanted to keep their names out of this particular campaign, there is also evidence that supports that this conduct was negligent, that the principal officer and Crystal Geyser Water Company do not have any prior experience with the Act. Now, Crystal Geyser Water Company is a large company, but we don't take that into consideration when we're determining what the amount of a fine will be. We can use that information to show that they should have hired a professional treasurer. They did that in this case. But we can't use that amount of money that they have in their stores as saying, well, they should have done absolutely everything that they possibly could. And so since they didn't, they need to be fined significantly. We have to look at the violation itself. We have to look at what was the public harm and how do we compare that activity to the activity that we have in other cases that are similar conduct to help guide us. And then we balance those factors. But the amount of money that the company has itself is not one of the factors that we balance. In this case, the evidence does show negligence. It shows that there was poor communication between the principal officer and the treasurer, that there was a lack of due diligence And there was a general misunderstanding of the sponsorship rules under the Act. Weighing those with the other factors is why we're bringing the penalty that we are for count one of $30,000 instead of our usual scheme of the $5,000 maximum, because that particular violation allows us to have a higher penalty under the statutory scheme, and we think that weighing those factors justifies a higher penalty than the $5,000. There's also information that Crystal Geyser was commonly known to oppose this ballot measure. The topic of the ballot measure directly influenced their line of work. So, you know, everybody knew in the community that Crystal Geyser opposed this measure. The respondents in this case were very cooperative with us. They responded immediately when we contacted them, when we opened this matter and filed corrective amendments. They were cooperative throughout our investigation, throughout all of the process of resolving this case. The amendments showed their activity more fully. Even before the amendments were filed, the committee was filing campaign statements and did show some activity from Crystal Geyser as part of those original campaign statements. So there was some inclination that Crystal Geyser was involved with this committee before the full amendments were filed. I'd also like to point out that the total penalty here is nearly double the amount of the amount paid by Crystal Geyser for this activity, because we included more than just the advertisement violation. In our other cases that involve activity like this, we have not brought charges of violations against the major donor itself. In this case, we're bringing violations against Crystal Geyser, and they have agreed and admitted to those violations, as well as the other campaign reporting violations that we are bringing as part of this package of the stipulation. So, to conclude, I would like to say that we do agree that this case has significant public harm, which is why we're bringing the case that we're bringing to you with the penalty amount that we are recommending.
Thank you, Chief Brereton. I appreciate those comments. And let me begin by saying that, you know, as you referenced, this is a case that came about after a sworn complaint was filed. And I think this is a good example of enforcement pursuing at least an investigation on a complaint that I'm sure when the complainant is saying, look, we think there's somebody else behind this committee, you need to hold them accountable. Those are difficult cases to prove. As you, I think, articulated very well, circumstantial evidence or direct evidence can be difficult to come by. There's circumstantial evidence. So I applaud the Enforcement Division for being proactive and aggressive in investigating this case and ultimately bringing it to us. Having said that, I still have some concerns. And I want to begin by actually following up on something you were talking about. You referenced the cooperation by the committees. If I understand the timeline, though, the complaint was filed after the election had occurred. So to the extent that the committee was remedying campaign reports, that all occurred after the election and after the harm had occurred. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in terms of your evaluation of cooperation by a respondent, do you give greater weight when there is cooperation before the election occurs, when the accurate information presented prior to an election versus when somebody, you know, they amend it after the fact, but of course by then the harm is already done?
Right. We do, and that is actually also contemplated in our streamline regulations, because when you have disclosure before an election, often that will lean more toward a warning letter rather than a penalty amount for that particular violation. So yes, we do take into account when their disclosure has been made. But, you know, we don't have control over when we receive information of a violation, or a potential violation. So, you know, if we learned of these matters after the election, you know, we can't go back in time and advise them to update their statements before the election, but we still take that cooperation into account. It just isn't quite as mitigating as if it occurred before the election.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. The other thing I wanted to follow up on what you said, I think you made the point that the total fine here, which I take you to mean is the fine total for counts 1 through 6, that total fine amount at issue here is roughly twice the amount paid for.
Correct.
Now, to sort of get granular on that, though, it's also true that under count 1, you could have penalized the respondent here up to $78,000.
That's correct.
So when you look at it that way, I mean, the total amount may be almost double, but, you know, count 1 could have been as high as 3 times that amount alone, not even counting counts 2 through 5. Right?
Yes, that's correct.
So, and then that leads me to the sort of the crux of my concern, and that is, you know, page 14 of the stipulation, page 15. Where I struggle here is this commission has repeatedly stated that intentional violations of the Act are a serious concern and should be punished. We've said that repeatedly. It's been years. It's been prior commissions, not just us, that have said that. This is ongoing for years, even before you became chief of enforcement. And on page 14, there are 2 sentences. The first one, line 24, where the staff writes, "There's no direct evidence," and I assume direct is there intentionally, that the Act was intentionally violated. And then the very next line, though, is there is evidence that Crystal Geyser sought to minimize or conceal its role in the committee. So I take that to mean what I think you were alluding to, which is there is circumstantial evidence of intent to violate the Act, intent to prevent the voters from knowing who really is paying for the speech that's coming before them. And I think on that point, I appreciate what you're saying, that perhaps it is well known in the community that Crystal Geyser may oppose something or another party may oppose something. I have lots of examples of doing that. The rules exist so that the public doesn't have to go and ferret that out themselves, that they don't have to just rely on anecdotal information, reported in accordance with the law on a periodic basis, so that the public hears in the disclaimer. So I think I'm not sure how much weight I really give to it. You know, everybody knew what was going on. I think that doesn't matter. The rules here are there for a reason. It's for people who may not be aware of what's being said, so that everybody is well apprised of what's going on. So we have this circumstantial evidence of intent to violate the Act. And then on page 15, staff concludes that the violations were the result of negligence. That's where I get hung up, because I don't understand how somebody can, through negligence, achieve something that they have an intent to do. Those two things seem inconsistent to me. And so what I believe, I think, if I'm reading this, what I'm taking away from it is that there is circumstantial evidence of intent, but staff doesn't think it's a smoking gun. And so therefore, the penalty is being set more in line with negligence. And I think if you look at count one is less than half of what the total could have been there. And that would be appropriate if I believe that there's just true negligence going on. But if there is evidence of intent, I would expect the fine for count one to be at least double, if not more, like 2/3 of what the max. To me, that's important. And I have some concern when I read this that there was some intent. I think staff recognizes that there was some intent here. And I have a hard time accepting the violation or the penalty on count one that is less than half, where we have evidence where somebody was intentionally violating the Act. And so that's my concern. I appreciate where you're coming from. I appreciate, evidence gets old over time. These are hard cases to prove. At some point, when people are acting with intent, we need to hold them accountable. I'm not sure we're quite doing that with this. That's my two cents on it. I don't know if other commissioners have. Wilson?
I have a question. Hello, Ms. Brereton. Quick question. You mentioned that Crystal Geyser had hired a campaign treasurer. Did that campaign treasurer have any prior experience, or were they just, were somebody who was filling that role? Do you have any sense for their level of experience?
Yeah, so as stated in the stipulation as well, I can't point it directly to you right at this moment, but yes, the treasurer was a professional treasurer with experience. So, we look at the experience of each respondent separately, as in the total circumstances of the case. So yes, they did hire a professional treasurer, somebody who they wanted to be able to rely on, which is exactly what somebody without experience should be doing, or has the option to do if they want to be able to make sure that they're doing what they're supposed to and not have to do all of the research themselves to figure out what it is that they're supposed to do. But so that's how this case played out. Each circumstance is a little bit different.
Yeah. And so, as you noted, it was stated in the stipulation. So if you have someone who has experience going to the chair, issue the chair raises, if they are giving advice to their client in a thoughtful and professional way, you would make certain assumptions that they have knowledge of how the act works and what the requirements are. So it's not a question, it's just more of an observation that seems rather obvious. Thank you.
Baker?
Thank you. I do share the chair's concerns and feedback on the points that he's raised, and makes me hesitant to support the stipulation where it is right now. But I want to follow up on a particular point that you made, and that is it was common knowledge in the community that Crystal Geyser opposed this measure. And I was a little surprised if that's a factor at all in when we negotiate stipulations or determine if someone should get a warning letter versus anything else. I don't recall hearing that in the past. And I know that the chair mentioned it. The idea is that the person who receives the communications in a campaign manner knows who paid for it. Is that where does this factor come from? And why is it relevant that people out in the community knew that Crystal Geyser opposed this? Because well, where is that a factor? Why? Why is that relevant?
So that is not an official factor in our regulations. That is a circumstance of this particular case. And keep in mind, this is a settlement. So some of the information that is presented, it doesn't necessarily originate with staff. It may originate with other parties. And if other parties think that information is important and staff is not opposed, we will include that information in a stipulation. Here, it was relevant to show that on the side of weighing on intent, if people already know that there's a situation where a party is involved, there may not be the level of concealment that an intentional violation would normally bring about. So we included this here because that was an important factor for us when we were evaluating the level of the negligence versus deliberate conduct.
So it was a factor for determining intentionality, but it's not a factor for what the fine is, or?
So the factors that are in the regulations, they're
laid out.
So on page 13, at the bottom is where we start listing out the factors. So one of the factors is the presence or absence of an intention to conceal, deceive, or mislead. Another one is whether the violation was deliberate, negligent, or inadvertent. So we use those factors, but we have to use the facts and circumstances of the case to evaluate them. And so while the knowledge, whether people knew or didn't know that Crystal Geyser was involved, isn't going to be a factor that's here. It's going to weigh in on these factors. This is one of the facts that we're using to evaluate these factors.
Yes,
Just real quick, when you're, okay, I understand what you're saying, Chair or Chief Brereton, but was that relevant in your mind to the intent factor, or was it relevant to the degree of public harm factor? That's the part that I'm just trying to follow.
I think both. I think it applies to everything. These are the facts that we are using these factors to evaluate based on all of the facts and circumstances. So, we'll go through each of the facts. It's not that formulaic where we're writing down each fact and then going through each of the, but they all weigh in to all of the factors. And so we look at it from multiple perspectives.
thank you. That did clarify. I have some, I'm unsettled by making it a point farther than it should go. It's hard for me to make the logical step that if a lot of people in the community knew that a company opposed a measure, that's different than that they're the ones funding the messaging that you're getting and they're spending it otherwise. And I'm thinking of the person who's, living their everyday life, who might not be in the who's who of the community and knows everything else, but they do know what message comes to them. And I don't know that we can give guidance, but for this commissioner's part, it is not a strong factor. It's not a strong point in favor of intention or in favor for or against, or one that I would weigh. And because I'm just thinking of the person who's the everyday person and living their life and getting the messaging, who may not know what is commonly known elsewhere in the community. And I don't know that it goes to that. So I am not prepared to support the stipulation where it is right now, but I'm curious where my colleagues would like to go with it as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
So I would like to award Commissioner Baker her political science PhD, because what you were just saying was exactly on point for the way I was going with all of this too. My academic research on my side hustle, is about what people know and what people learn from campaign finance disclosures. And we have a lot of evidence that, matter of fact, I just saw a paper today that people have no clue who's behind all these things. And so the STIP was a little more guarded and circumstantial in the way it was discussed. But in the oral presentation just now, everybody knew in the community that cannot be true, and we don't know whether that's true. We haven't checked it. And so we should be really careful. So anyway, I just wanted to really reaffirm what Commissioner Baker was saying. It's about, if you know who is running the paid advertisement that you're seeing, and then secondarily, it's about whether the media can talk about the extent to which the people and persons, right, behind these ballot initiatives are supporting or opposing them. And so it's just really important, and again, not to be super analytical about it, but I do think here we need to be really crisp in how we're talking about the public harm. We are assuming that the public harm is mitigated in a way that I do not think that it was. And so I really appreciate the chair and Commissioner Baker for raising this. I also wrote, it's very jarring for page 14, lines 24 and 25. There's no direct evidence that the act was intentionally violated. And the very next sentence says, there's evidence that they sought to minimize or conceal their role in the committee. Well, I mean, if you're hiding information so that you can conceal or minimize your role, then that is evidence that there was some intentionality there. So I'm on board with what my colleagues were saying.
Thank you, Commissioner Wood. Commissioner Cardenas, any comments on this matter?
None beyond what has already been quite well pointed out. Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Before I call for public comment on this, follow-up comments, anything that you heard?
I don't have any further comments.
Any public comment on item 4?
Yes, this is
hello.
Jim Sutton.
Good morning, Mr.
This is
Sutton.
Jim Sutton representing Crystal Geyser.
Morning.
And this is Andy Fuso, the complainant, also once,
All right.
whenever my turn is.
Go ahead and start with Mr. Sutton, and then we'll move to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair Madish. Again, Jim Sutton representing Crystal Geyser. And first I want to thank Angela and her enforcement attorney, Teresa Gilbertson, who were very professional, very tough, and very cooperative during this long process. I think the most important point that the company wants to make today is that whatever this line in the stipulation is, there was never, ever an intent, Crystal Geyser, to not fully and accurately disclose all of the money that it was spending on this campaign. As Angela mentioned, neither the company itself nor its representative had ever been involved in any type of campaign. They hired one of the most prominent professional treasurers in the state and relied on her to disclose all information accurately. And what the evidence shows is, before the reporting deadline, the treasurer asked Crystal Geyser, please tell me the money you spent on the campaign. And Crystal Geyser immediately sent an email to the treasurer disclosing every single cent that it spent on the campaign. Now, the treasurer screwed up. She disclosed some of that money on the report, as Angela mentioned, but not all of it. But clearly, I just want to make certain that you understand, Crystal Geyser gave all this information to the treasurer and said, disclose it on the report. And again, did not understand the reporting rules. So I think that a lot is being made of line 26 on page 14, that there's evidence that Crystal Geyser sought to minimize or conceal its role in the committee. That is true, okay? And Crystal Geyser, signed off on the stipulation, but I think it might be misinterpreted this morning. Crystal Geyser was simply doing what every participant in a campaign does, is saying, well, what are the rules? How do we have to be disclosed? There are community members who oppose Measure H. It's not just Crystal Geyser. There's a committee of those community members, and the evidence of concealing is them simply asking questions of the treasurer and others about sponsorship, about reporting. That's the only quote-unquote evidence. And again, it's not evidence that Crystal Geyser didn't want to comply with the law. I have to make that quote-unquote crystal clear. It is simply evidence that Crystal Geyser was doing what every other participant in political campaigns does, is ask questions. How are we going to be reported? We're going to spend this money. What does that mean? Where does our name go? And then it was because, we don't want this to be all about the company.
All right, Mr. Sutton,
So
your
it's that
time's up. I'll give you another
word.
15 seconds here to finish up.
Okay, and then so I would equate that with someone only giving $99 to a campaign because they don't want their name to be disclosed. So again, I think the final point, which Angela also brought up, is that this was a very small campaign. And I think it's important to note, it's flyers, it's signs, it's 2 mailers, it's a website, it's no TV, it's no radio, it's only about $25,000 that was spent on the campaign. And when you see it in that context, a fine for twice that much for what were, reporting errors is a very significant fine. It is actually, on a proportional basis, much higher than the fines in comparable cases. So,
all right, Mr. Sutton,
again, my final comment, and I certainly, okay.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. All right, Mr. Fuso.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this. I also appreciate the professionalism. It took a long time. People were asking me, whatever happened to that complaint? But I am glad that I have a letter that I also sent you. I want to expand on a couple of things. First, about the treasurer, Kelly Lawler. I wanted to also point out that in my original complaint, I identified that this treasurer history of campaign finance violations, and that Ms. Lawler with your commission. And it seems to me that one of the problems is that Crystal PR firm Burson Marlowe they have a history of these AstroTurf camps. Really, the crux. There were people listed as community there who aren't being fined by this. They have some fines that went up, didn't. Oh, well, I spent hundreds of dollars on. He spent $200. So I think, as a matter of public harm, public harm in the community, it's certainly a perfect time for a company to come in and say we plan. What's not fine is to say we have great community. Or not true. Else, I think in terms of harm to the community, I urge you to consider that project $1,000 or $40 going to deter their behavior for loss of investigation. May not be something that you have read, but I would hope look at the way that these funds are. And I do want to say that is definitely to the campaign laws. I don't want to be too compassionate. Profit and loss and again, I do think that it's unfortunate. Long.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Do we have any other additional public comment on item 4?
I would like to comment.
Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Cook. I was the proponent of Measure H. I submitted a letter that hopefully you all had a chance to do.
Yes, thank you.
I just want to reiterate, I guess I'm of the Fair Political Reform Act if it's not to discourage false advertisement. And because Crystal Geyser's actions were specifically designed to confuse and misinform voters in Siskiyou County. And the lawyer said that it was a small campaign. It was only $25,000, but that goes a long way. Managed rural community spent less than $1,000 probably on materials to promote the campaign, but we sure did put in a lot of human hours. Anyway, their campaign strategically designed to give the impression that locals were opposed to this measure, which the measure was specifically designed to protect the region. And so it just sounds like the conversation is centering around advisors violating FPPC protocol, but I'm just wondering, where is the penalty for meddling in democracy and undermining local government and the ability of people to protect their community? So I appreciate your investigating this matter, and I look forward to learning more about how this entity functions, because misinformation is a huge deterrent to our civic participation and our functioning democracy. So again, thank you for your time, and I appreciate your reconsidering the penalty is entailed with this stipulation.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Do we have any additional public comment on item 4? Hearing and seeing none, actually want to pick up on a comment that Ms. Cook just made during her public comment. And I think rhetorically, she was sort of, maybe not even rhetorically, she was asking what is our role when it comes to combating misinformation. And to me, I think our role, and to me, this goes to the very point of like why these rules are important. We are not in the business of censoring or calling false or true on political speech. That would be, I think, inappropriate under the First Amendment. I think what we do is we enforce the rules that require timely and accurate information about who is speaking, so that if they put out misinformation, they can be held accountable in real time prior to an election. In the absence of that, I'm not sure how we effectively combat misinformation I actually think, even though these are disclaimer rules in count 1, and Mr. Sutton can, characterize them as, reporting rules, they are reporting rules, but they're important reporting rules that do, I think, underpin a series of laws that are designed to create integrity in our elections and our campaign spending. So I think even though they are reporting rules, they're important reporting. I have a concern, after thinking about this more, the other concern I have, Chief Brereton, here is, this stipulation, if we approve it, the next case that comes up under the statute at issue in count 1, you're going to look back at this case, and you're going to use that as a comp. And when you do that, we're talking about a case where there is some evidence of intent, and the fine level is below half of what you could have charged in count 1. And so I know it's more of a guidepost when you look at comps. I'm not suggesting that it's a, straight you have to hold to it. I understand that. But still, you're going to look at it. And that may not happen for several years, and no one will remember what we talked about today. And so it's important when we're approving these that we think about that value from a sort of pseudo-presidential standpoint in my mind. Then the final comment I have, it's more of a sort of a question or inquiry, and that is, folks have mentioned the portion of the stip that talks about Miss Lawler, and she four times in the last 5 years she's been named in a matter, 9 warning letters. I don't know her, I have no experience with her, so I can't speak to how long she's been in practice, for example. That could be a small data set, but it sure from the paper looks like this is somebody who's had some problems in the past adequately complying with the act. And so at what point do we see that type of evidence and then look back at the committee and ask, did you really do your due diligence in hiring the right person? Even if you accept Mr. Sutton's representation that the committee just wanted to comply, so we hired a treasurer, that's great. But if you're hiring somebody who's constantly violating the act, doesn't that lend to a degree of culpability or not? I don't know. I'm curious what your perspective is on that.
Since I don't have that kind of information in the stipulation here, I can't comment specifically regarding this, but in general, I think for cases that is something that we would want to look into if we could get evidence of it. I think that may, other than somebody's prior history with us, it might be difficult to get the kind of evidence that that we would need to show that level of detail in somebody looking to hire a treasurer. I can't say that we have that, I have not seen evidence like that before. I imagine there could be, especially if you're talking with people. But then you're assuming that people are being completely honest with our investigators all the time, which, you know, most of the time I think people are. But occasionally you come across people who are not as forthcoming. So I think it's a difficult thing for us to look into and to prove, and it would be on a case-by-case basis whether we would have that information or not.
Thank you. And I appreciate the question. I think we have to be careful about using who was chosen as a treasurer as in a stipulation, otherwise, for the reasons that you mentioned, without more information. And certainly, I think it's good due diligence to check someone's background, ask anyone that you hire, have you know, doctors, you know, have you ever had a fine or malpractice or whatever it is. But without knowing more about, say, what warning letters were, they could have been early in someone's career and later in life they were much more accurate. I don't know. I would just express a little bit of reservation about beginning to use that as if they didn't do due diligence in selecting a treasurer, keeping it on a case-by-case basis and really having some facts that it shows intent. It just makes me a little bit nervous about where that could go. I still remain in the same, I want to say, position that the four corners of this stipulation, and there was some comments in public comments that are not in here about whether or not this was intentional. You know, I'm not prepared to support what's in this stipulation, not only for its appropriateness with these particular actors, but because of the comment that the chair added, we use comparables. And so I think it's important, however this may come back to us, that it be different than what's here, because this is something that I think we're having a hard time supporting.
Any further commissioner comment? Hearing and seeing none.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please, Chief Brady.
So if this stipulation were to be rejected today and to come back, I would just like some clarification about what kinds, if the fine amount, say, for count one were higher, but the stipulation language was basically the same, would that assuage your concerns, or would it need to actually also have some more details, some different details? I would like some guidance so that when we come back, assuming we do, that we would have a sense of what it is that you would approve.
I will answer that question, and I want to be careful because I don't want to prejudge what could or could not come back to us. But what I would say my concern here is that I read a stipulation that tells me that there is some evidence of intent to violate the act and conceal relevant information from the voters prior to the election. And in that context, when I see that as stated in a stipulation, my expectation is that the fine amount is on the higher end, the 2/3 of the max, and it's a rough approximation. Here, it is less than half, and to me, that's inadequate. That's as far as I want to go, and I think judging something that could come back. Commissioner Wilson? No. Commissioners?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to reject the stipulation in item 4. Do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Matich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. All right, moving to item 5. Commissioner Baker, you asked to pull this. This is in the matter of Hanford Now and Dan Chin.
Yes, and I can go with my questions, or did you want an initial statement?
let's ask Chief Brereton if she had any opening comments or you want to point us to in item 5.
I think my several of my comments are similar to in the last matter, that, you know, keeping in mind that this is a settlement, you know, it's not perfect, but, you know, we're trying to balance our use of resources with getting the story out there and getting, you know, the facts that the other party will admit to violations on the record.
Thank you. Thank you, and I had some questions about this one, or I guess I'll just start with what I have reservations about supporting this one as well. And it starts with page 5, so I'm staying within the 4 corners of the stipulation, and I'm looking at how we've articulated the public harm. That it inhibited the ability of the Enforcement Division to determine other violations were committed, and by accepting cash, the public has no assurances that the true sources of contributions were properly disclosed. I wonder if to me that felt incomplete because of the nature of the violations. You know, this isn't one of I'm not saying some of our rules are esoteric, but some are not as intuitive to folks, and it takes some doing your homework and making sure you're complying with the rules. But what cash contributions can and cannot be received is probably one of the most intuitive and clear ones. As someone who started off many years ago just looking at the basics of campaign finance compliance, it's one of the most straightforward in our manuals and in our training materials. And it's also one of the most serious if violated, because it's not only that it makes it harder for the Enforcement Division to find out some information and for the public to know if everyone's been truly disclosed, it could potentially be a way of completely flouting all maximum contribution limits and disclosures at all. So cash is a very sensitive issue in campaign finance. So when I saw the public harm, I felt that that part was incomplete, realizing that you've got to negotiate a stipulation on a case that may or may not be getting close to the statute of limitations. I don't know. I know it's a bit of an older case. Maybe that's been negotiated. So that was my first cause for concern, not only for this case, but again, the comparables that this will potentially be used for. The second was the conclusion on the same page of negligence. When line 22, it's evidence supports finding violations were negligent, when the immediate paragraph above indicates that it's unclear if there was an intent to mislead or conceal, or if Chin was negligent in the collection of contributions. And in that same paragraph is a refusal to continue to cooperate, and just the fact that a sizable amount of cash, over $9,000, was received in $100 bills. So I had a very difficult time following the logic just based on where this was with that information, and that therefore it looked more negligent. And part of it being that he just didn't track his records very well. I mean, again, cash is as clear as can be. If you're accepting $100 bills, you have triggered the rule, whether your records are clear or not. That's my kind of understanding. So I wanted to give you an opportunity to explain more within the 4 corners how you've reached the conclusion in the stipulation that this is negligent, because that is those are my hang-ups. There are a few others, but those are the big ones for now. Thank you.
The biggest one here is that the evidence is unclear. When we're uncertain of the evidence and we have conflicting evidence, and we have some evidence that will support negligence, we will often lean toward negligence, partly because it helps us to be able to resolve the case, which isn't great. I'm not saying that, you know, I'm always happy that, you know, we have to tell the story in the way that we do, but at the same time, this activity wouldn't be getting to the public with an admission of a violation outside of this stipulation. We would, oftentimes cases like this are ones that we would have to take to a hearing. And we're balancing, is the public harm here great enough that we want to utilize our resources to push hard and go to hearing, or do we want to compromise? And do we want to present what we have and what the other side will agree to? It's not perfect. And I am, this case is old. The statute has been told on this, so we don't have a statute of limitations issue, but it's still old. And there's no records. There isn't anything that could be done to cure the issues in this particular case either, because there are no records. No amendments could be done that would, help. So
interrupt right there, just on that one, just as a pause. Just to break it down a little bit, that might help. What I'm hearing is that you've reached sometimes it's unclear, so you might lean towards negligence. The $100 bills are not unclear. So I wonder, where is the unclear part? Is it that he didn't keep good records, or why in this instance, other than that it can help bring a conclusion to the matter, which I understand is one of the factors, with $100 bills being received in a lot of money, cash, not lead to, maybe this is an appropriate conclusion of negligence? How is it that leads you to negligence as opposed to much more on the side of, this is a problem? In total, with no longer cooperating with investigators and otherwise.
Right. So some of what's unclear is we have conflicting evidence about the source. Because he didn't keep good records, we have information from the respondent about what the sources were, but we also have the evidence of the $100 bills. Those don't match, and which we've stated in the stipulation, that story doesn't match. But that is also why we're bringing a fine that's higher than we've brought in other cases that involve this type of violation, because while the story offers some explanation that might lead to negligence, it also doesn't fit neatly into a nice little package either.
And the articulation of public harm, can you address that concern that I raised as well? Because that is also a function of if the fine itself is appropriate.
Right, and the public harm here is high, which is why we're bringing the higher penalty that we're recommending. We don't know a lot about this because the records weren't kept well. The committee was active in the community, so we do want to protect. We would love to have all of the disclosure that we could, that we just can't get that in this case, and so we don't know what else is out there. We also, as I said, a settlement is a balance of the facts as well as the penalty amount, and sometimes we have to compromise.
Mm-hmm. I appreciate that. I think as I've mentioned, just the language, that this is someone who the evidence directly contradicts what they were telling us. If they're telling us, I'm just looking at the middle of page 5, that cash was not, he didn't have to report individual contributors because the cash contributions were under $100. The evidence contradicts that claim, as all cash, all of it, charged in this matter of $9,100 was received in the form of $100. So the lack of what appears to be lack of honesty, which is admitted, or at least put in here in the facts. And the, I think, incomplete statement of public harm really leads me to not only that this, I have great concerns that this was negligent, but that the fine is appropriate in a cash transaction, because cash is so easy to flout all the rules that we have, and it's one of the most understandable claims. I don't want to belabor the point, but those were my chief concerns with this, particularly given, I don't know that in my time on the commission in the last year, I haven't seen a lot of cash transactions, but that if when they come up in the future, this may be a comparable, and I'd like that comparable to be a much more significant representation of the public harm, and that when someone looks like they're not being honest, they're potentially concealing information from us, and the evidence seems to just crystal clear contradict what they're telling us, that it might need a different approach, which would be my encouragement if we don't accept this stipulation. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to kind of expand on some questions and comments by Commissioner Baker. It's on page 5 that Mr. Chin has extensive experience as an elected official. Is that consistent with your understanding? Because that's what's stated in the stipulation. I want to stay within the four corners. But if he had extensive experience as a public official, pretty basic that he would know that accepting large amounts of cash in the form of $100 bills, in this case in excess of $9,000, is beyond what's a normal practice for an elected official. I mean, so to claim, I mean, he can't claim that he's naive or lacks experience. So it's hard to accept the argument that, well, it wasn't intentional, he was negligent and didn't understand how the law works. He may not understand the specifics of the act, but common sense, let alone experience, would indicate that accepting large amounts of cash in the form of $100 bills just doesn't sit well with the public, and doesn't make sense for an elected official to engage in that kind of behavior. That's all I was going to say. I don't know if you want to comment further on the whole negligence versus intent.
I would agree with you. The statement that's in the stipulation that he is an experienced public official aligns with my knowledge, and that certainly does weigh into when we're determining whether conduct was negligent.
Thank you, Chief Burton.
Other commissioners wish to comment on item 5? All right. Well, on item 5, I just offer this suggestion in the future. I think the part of the problem that I think Commissioner Baker and Commissioner Wilson and are concerned with here is the way the stipulation is written. It acknowledges, me at least, it acknowledges that somebody wasn't truthful with us. And then you have a line in here, and that was also true of stip number 4 that we just rejected, where staff states that the evidence supports a finding that the violations were negligent. I think it's the disconnect in the way the stipulations are reading that's causing some of the among the commissioners, in my sense. I think and I appreciate that this is essentially a settlement document. At least in my experience back in the day, I remember there would be settlement agreements where one side would say, we contend this was an intentional violation. You acted with malice, all this, right? And then the next sentence is, the other side contends that this was completely negligent. It was a harmless error. And there's no affirmative statement of which side is correct. It's simply a recitation of what each side contends. And I think if we conceive of this as more of like a settlement document, that type of language, which isn't as definitive, stating, for example, that the evidence supports the finding that the violations were negligent, I mean, that's a judgment. You're telling us that that's essentially your conclusion when the facts of this stipulation suggest that somebody wasn't being candid with it. That's against a finding of negligence. So I think perhaps when you're discussing negligence versus there may be just a different way of phrasing it in the stipulations that might be helpful going forward. I think that would be helpful, because I think, to your point that you have continued to make, is what we do get out of the stipulation at the end of the day, whether you put language in the way I say it or whether the existing language is in, that there's an admission of a violation. So I think if that's the important piece, then it doesn't really matter whether it's stated as party A contends this, party B contends the admission. Accepting the representations in this stipulation, though, I find it hard to believe that this is acted negligently. It doesn't make sense to me that somebody with such a history of serving in public office, they're experienced with the act, and they say they didn't need to collect the information because it was less than $100, but then it's all $100 bills. Like, those two things both be true. And I believe the bag of $100 bills more than I believe the statement given to staff at the end. So I have concerns about it. I think you're close on the penalty amount, but I do think, to Commissioner Baker's point, we do look at these as comps, and I think cash, and also this was 40% of all the money coming in. It may be a small amount ultimately the committee raised, but it's almost 40% of what they raised came in cash through sources we cannot trace. And that's a real problem. That's a significant amount. So I have concerns. The commissioners want to follow up on.
Just briefly, I agree. I appreciated how you wrapped it up at the end, because I thought for a moment is you weren't just saying, if you write it differently, we can reach the conclusion of negligence. Because in this case, I don't think it's the way it's written now and the facts that we know now from these four corners, it's difficult to see that. So I reached that same point. Appreciate the help about why we're getting caught on some of these stipulations, and knowing that they're negotiated. I do have one question. I hope it is something I can ask and that is appropriate, because it is mentioned in the four corners. This matter was a commission-initiated investigation, so it wasn't that someone filed it. Are we able to know how this popped up on the radar of the commission, that the commission then went on to initiate it?
I do not know that information. I can tell you generally what happened. So, commission-initiated could mean it came in as an anonymous complaint.
Okay.
It could also mean that it was we had another case open, and we were investigating that case, and we found this other activity. Okay. And so we opened up another case. We sometimes call those spin-off cases. So sometimes commission-initiated cases come about that way as well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would move to not accept this stipulation. I won't give further guidance beyond what has already been added.
I've been quiet and really appreciating the conversation, but I'll second.
All right, Commissioner Wood.
I'd like to ask a question at some point.
Yes, please, Commissioner Wilson.
Yes, and I don't know if you can answer this question, Chief Brereton, at this point. What would be the highest fine that could be imposed based on, prior cases?
The maximum penalty for this violation would be $5,000. Because it's one count, so our maximum for one count is $5,000.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, before we proceed to the vote, let me call for public comment on item 5.
Hello?
Yes, I would like to place a call.
You have a comment on item 5?
Yes.
All right, please proceed.
My name is Francisco Ramirez. I'm currently a Hanford City Councilman.
Morning.
And I was actually part of the initial case with Mr. Dan Chen, because there was an investigation on me at that time. And I stated to the ancillary and all them, Mr. Chen tried to basically set me up in a way that I was looking, that he did also help me with my paperwork. And this was back, I believe, in 2016. I don't really know the exact date, but I can tell you with a shadow of a doubt that Mr. Chen really did try to, I would say, deceive the people in the general public in regards to the money that he has got from special interest people in the city of Hanford.
Thank you for your comment. I will again remind the public and the commissioners that when considering this item, we need to stick to the four corners presented and not take extra record information even.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comment on item 5?
Yes. So first off, I wasn't was stated adding additional that could be clarified later. I have some time here left. So based on the determination of conduct that was being addressed, I like to actually consider chiming into the ears of each commissioner a position that I currently face, not only as a candidate, but as an elected official. It's pertinent to what is happening in probably many cases that are not being fully investigated on different dimes. So, like I said, as a current council member and candidate, I believe that there's issues that need to be addressed and need to of the FPPC and of course all of you guys. If you guys understand the political realm, it's very, very tension based. And as a matter of fact, I had a complaint filed on my behalf against me. Later on, that case was the individual came forth stating that she was being used as a pawn from the political opposition of the party. And me having to face that, my first election was something that I'd never faced. So when you consider some of these cases, if you're not hearing from the actual members, and a lot of them are elected officials, and you see some of these violations, you need to consider that a lot of the times these are things from opposing parties, invested interests that are attacking the elected officials who want to be a voice, and the voice of the elected officials at FPPC may be those diminished voices as well. And so hopefully if you consider anything that I've stated today, realize that sometimes we're being attacked, and they're using these means to come back at us so that we can lose our seats. But that's all I wanted to contribute to the conversation.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your comment. Do we have any additional public comment on item 5? Hearing and seeing none, we have a motion by Commissioner Baker to reject the stipulation. It's been seconded by Commissioner Wood. Ms. Linker, would you call the roll, please?
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Manich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you. Chief Brereton, before we move on to the next item, the commission, has just voted to reject 2 stipulations. And I just want to acknowledge your work and the work of Ms. Gilbertson on both cases. I think these both presented different types of difficulties in terms of acquiring enough evidence to prove up violations and present it to the commission. And so I don't want what we did today to be taken as a negative by either you or Ms. Gilbertson. Instead, I want the message that you take away from this to be commission doesn't take kindly when there is evidence that somebody is intentionally violating the act, whether it is accepting cash and then not being honest about it, or whether it is trying to hide behind, a shell entity and avoid disclosure for purposes of disclosure. If you and your staff have evidence that there's intent, then I think our expectation, what we're communicating by these actions, is we want the fine levels to match the seriousness of that violation when it's an intentional act. So I hope I would like that to be the takeaway today. I don't want the takeaway to be, you and staff are not working diligently and doing a good job. I know you are, and these are tough cases. So I hope that is the spirit in which you take.
Thank you.
Just wanted to offer that to you. All right, we will now, item 6 was pulled, so we'll now proceed to items 7 and 8. These are pre-notice defaults, so no action is required by the commission on either item. But do you wish to comment on items?
Just that we haven't heard anything from either party since we have given them the the pre-notice of the default. So we will bring the defaults back next month.
All right.
Chair?
Yes.
Unfortunately, two public commenters for item 1 were not able to be heard, so if you at any time want to take those commenters out of order.
Why don't we go ahead and continue to items 9 and 10? Ms. Brereton is presenting on both, and she's already at the table. And so once Ms. Brereton is done, then we'll move to moving then to item 9. This is the assignment of the hearing to the ALJ in the matter of Stop the Strong Mayor Power Grab and Craig Powell. Chief.
As stated in our memo, we are recommending that this case be heard by an ALJ after an accusation and notice of defense have been submitted.
I have on item 9. I was reviewing the memo, and the violations that appear in the memo struck me as the types of violations that would ordinarily be routed to the Streamline program, at least for a first-time offender. So, but I didn't notice that mentioned in your memo. So is that a correct observation, and was that offered to the respondent here? Can you tell us anything about that?
That is correct. These violations would qualify for Tier 2 under our current Streamline program. I can't speak to, settlement negotiations necessarily, but I can say that we have had contact with these parties leading up to these proceedings. So it's not, this isn't a case where we have had no cooperation or people not responding to us.
So a fair inference would be that the opportunity to engage in the Streamline program was available. And all right. And then secondly, personally, I look at this and I think this might be a good opportunity for the commission to hear the case themselves. I think this would be a good opportunity for us to, in a pretty, I think, confined fact pattern, get the experience of hearing administrative matters ourselves. So that's kind of where I'm leaning on this, as opposed to farming it out to an administrative. Facts and the violations are pretty straightforward as well. I'd probably do it more quickly. I don't know, the other commissioners have thoughts and comments on that? Wilson?
I would take the lead of the chair and defer to you.
I would agree with the chair as well. I think this would be a good one. You got me with that last one, which is we might be able to do it faster. That is good.
All right. Do other commissioners, Commissioner Wood, Commissioner Cardenas, any comments or questions on this?
I'm in if you want to do it.
Sounds great to me.
All right. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Is there a public comment on item 9? None. I will now make a motion that the commission hear this case ourselves as opposed to.
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Cardenas?
Yes.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Manich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. All right. Moving to item 10. Chief Brereton, this is your memo to us regarding voiding of contracts that violate Government Code 1090. As a reminder to everyone, last year we had our first situation where we were asked to approve a stipulation for a violation regarding Government Code 1090. We issued an administrative fine in that matter, and part of our discussion with you, Chief Brereton, we asked, are we able to void the contract? You've done some research with the assistance of the legal division, and this is your report.
That's correct. And I won't go through all of the nitty-gritty details, but our conclusion is that the statutes themselves do not grant the commission that authority, and the most recent case from the Supreme Court also acknowledges that we do not have the authority to pursue that avenue. So if we wanted to, the commission would actually need to seek a legislative change.
Very much. That was information that we were looking for, so I appreciate it. Do other commissioners have questions or comments for Chief Brereton?
I did have one question. Thank you. Just briefly, do you know what the original rationale was behind requiring us to have a referral from a DA before anything proceeded? maybe I'm opening up a can of worms, reading body language here, but I want to be respectful of our time. You know, it doesn't have to be a full legislative analysis, but I'm kind of curious, why is that the case? What is the rationale?
I'm going to punt this one to Galena West.
Okay.
She was more involved in that process than I was.
Hello, yes. So how this all came about was a former chief of enforcement pursued this, and in the negotiations with the California District Attorneys Association and others, they decided that they didn't want to give up full control for 1090 cases because they still wanted to be able to take them themselves if they were brought to our attention. So then the mechanism was in place to where they would get to view it in order to see if they wanted to take it as a felony. And so then this was meant to be kind of an off-road for a lesser way to deal with 1090 because 1090 has always been a very harsh resolution for a lot of cases. So having the FPPC have administrative power is another way to handle these cases that may not rise to the public harm where the DA wants to spend the resources.
Other commissioner questions or comments for Chief Brereton on item 10? Hearing and seeing none, do we have any public comment on item 10?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Hello.
So, please proceed.
I'm sorry. Yes. Okay, thank you. This is Hank Kresak. I had wanted to make a few comments here. First, I'd like to request that you proceed to seek legislative action to expand your commission's jurisdiction to include authority to void contracts that violate Section 1090 when a party is unwilling or unable to do so, as well stated by staff. Given what has unfolded here with the first prosecution, there appears to be nominal consequences associated with a Section 1090 violation. The intent of Section 1090 was to deter self-dealing by public officials and penalize violators. As occurred in this case, gains from self-dealing public officials can far exceed the penalties. Penalties for contracts or transactions made in violation of Section 1090 must include declaring the contract or transaction ab initio by the FPPC. In theory and in documents, like the League of Cities Practicing Ethics Handbook for Municipal Lawyers, Section 1090 has always thought to be a serious violation with appropriately serious consequences, including a contract that was void ab initio. The precedent set with this violation says otherwise. The risk to reward ratio is clearly in favor of the violator. A $5,000 fine or less with a nearly $1 million gain, as an example here, for a contractor with a contractor that was made illegally in violation of Section 1090. This is unusual for contract law, from a friend who is a contract specialist in contract law. Based on the FPPC staff report, the contractors made in violation of Section 1090 dealing is voidable, not void, by FPPC action. Presently, per the FPC staff report, the contract made in violation of law can only be voided by one of the parties involved in the contract. The likelihood of a small community CSD avoiding a contract is nil. It would be embarrassing for the present CSD directors. They're worried about themselves, and to be called out on something like this by the community. So, and why would they and their district council allow this to happen in the first place? So that you're never going to see a contract voided by anybody else, the party involved being a government entity. Based on a demand letter from, the attorneys here, they're even going to pay the legal costs and the fine. So what you've got, some of us residents in the community, this was a real setback and a near total subversion of Section 1090's intent. With a maximum fine of $5,000, where is the incentive to deter self-dealing by government official? The violators' rewards are far greater. In addition to the financial harm to the community that can occur, the loss of trust in government officials cannot be underestimated, and that was pointed out by one of the commissioners in October. And it's real, it's culpable. Therefore, it is requested that the FPPC pursue such legislative action to effect changes in the law to strengthen Section 1090 to achieve its intended purpose of deterring self-dealing by government officials. In the meantime, communities in the state will have to live with a relatively ineffective Section 1090 implementation. So again, please proceed with legislative action. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Do we have any additional public comment on item 10? Hearing and seeing none. Chief Brereton, thank you very much. I'm sure the commission will give consideration to future action at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
All right, now we will go ahead and return back to item 1. I understand that there were some public commenters that came on after we began the meeting. So let's go back and again call for any public comment for items not on today's agenda.
I'd like to comment. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Oh, perfect. I was trying to comment at the beginning. It's my first time coming before you guys. I honestly didn't even had never heard of the FPPC until a couple days ago. I'll have some documents that I sent to staff to show during my comments. But to start, good morning. My name is Mike Hoke. I'm a property owner in the city of Laguna Beach in a district known as the Three Arch Bay Community Service District. The publicly elected officials of this CSD have been funneling over $900,000 of taxpayer money to a private corporation known as Three Arch Bay Association. This private corporation may have the word association in its name, but it is not a homeowners association, nor is it governed by the California David Sterling Act. It is a voluntary membership or tennis club with a clubhouse and other recreational facilities. These publicly elected CSD officials are also members of this private Three Arch Bay Corporation. Following documents are just the tip of the iceberg of what we have uncovered regarding this ongoing racket. Please show the first document. My video feed is behind, so I'm not sure if it's up, but this first document we received from LASCO shows that this CSD only has latent powers for public storm drains and public security, only those 2 items. The next document, again, I'm not sure if it's on the screen, but is a contract between the CSD and the private Three Arch Bay Corporation to pay for half of the corporation's private recreational expenses. If you scroll down to Exhibit A of this contract, you will see that the CSD is paying for half of a $50,000 private Christmas event, half of a $116,000 4th of July event, and half of a private pancake breakfast, among many other items. They are also paying for maintenance and repairs to the private corporation's tennis courts, private golf carts, private park, and private tennis clubhouse. And every publicly elected CSD official is a member of this private corporation. Next document is another contract we discovered by the CSD and this private Three Arch Bay Corporation to pay for half of the private corporation's yearly payroll expenses. Exhibit A of this contract shows that the CSD is paying half of $846,000 per year of payroll expenses. This private corporation only has 3 or 4 employees. These 2 contracts total over $900,000 per year of taxpayer dollars. Every last cent of these tax dollars are spent on items that the public has zero access to. Only the CSD publicly elected officials who are also members of this private corporation and other members of the private corporation have access to these things. We feel there is a clear
about 30 seconds left.
Okay. We feel there is a clear conflict of interest between these elected CSD officials. We also feel there is a bigger racket going on between these elected officials and the private corporation's board of directors. We're not sure if we're at the right spot, but coming before you this morning, but we're here to ask for your help to open a public investigation. There was another neighbor of mine that's also in this district. I'm not sure if he's still on. He may have had to jump off the call. But again, thank you for your time, and we hope you can help us.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Do we have any other additional public comment on item 1? Hearing and seeing none. Executive Director West, I'm going to put you on the spot here because I have a question. Our commenter believes that there's something that may be inappropriate under the Act or some other law occurring. They've sent documents to the Commission and they've spoken about a public comment. What is the appropriate way for that commenter to get that information before the Enforcement Division?
Thank you. Yes, the appropriate way is on our website. There is a tab called Enforcement, and you can file a complaint, and you can attach all of those documents, and it goes right into the enforcement system, and they will contact you with a conclusion about if they need more information or if they find a violation in order to open a case. So that's the best and fastest way to get this into the enforcement pipeline. I know you're not familiar, but if you go to our website, I think you're already on there for public comment, but if you go to the Enforcement tab, then you'll be able to file the complaint and add the attachments.
Great. Thank you, Ms. I appreciate you clarifying that. Hopefully, Mr. Hoke is able to get those documents. All right. I believe that is all the public comment from item 1 from earlier, so we will return back to our agenda items. And where we left off was item 11. Mr. Bainbridge, you are going to present a summary of law concerning aggregation of campaign contributions from related entities. And this is an informational presentation, which I believe Commissioner had requested a couple months ago, and perhaps Commissioner Wood as well, when we had this come up in the context.
All right, and I have a screen slideshow to share if I have access here. There we go. Okay, as the chair mentioned, Commissioner Baker had some questions about aggregation of campaign contributions. So I've put together a brief summary of this area of the law. If there's, obviously, if you want more information or detail, I can bring that back, but I thought we'd start here, and if individual commissioners have questions, they can also reach out to me after the meeting directly. So when we talk about aggregation of campaign contributions, what we're talking about is when a single committee for an election receives contributions from distinct but related sources. And that doesn't mean every situation where there may be a connection between the two sources. It's not familiar connections. It's not husband and wife both make a contribution. Those would not be aggregated. What we're mostly talking about here are entities where the different entities or an individual controls multiple entities, and the decision maker to make the contributions is the same person or persons. So the reason for these rules is to ensure that it's not an end run around the disclosure requirements and the contribution limits, so people can't use what are legal fictions in the form of different types of entities in order to avoid limits that are intended to prevent any one person, I use that term broadly, from exceeding the limits or not having their amounts properly reported. Or as we saw with advertising cases earlier, it can be a way to get around some advertising disclosure if you avoid indicating the true source of the contributions. So what we're really talking about is a way that people could try to split up contributions amongst different entities to avoid the intent of some of the different laws. So when this concept of aggregation is relevant, there's a few contexts. One is the contribution reporting context. We want to accurately see in the reporting where contributions are coming from. There's also the context of contribution limits. I think this is probably the most common area where there's concern about aggregation, where you divide the money up and send it from multiple entities, and in that way attempt to exceed the limits. So those are typically the areas involving candidate committees where the issue of aggregation would be relevant. With regard to ballot measure committees or other primarily formed committees, it's also relevant when you're talking about the top 10 list. So for the large ballot measure committees, there's the top 10 list of contributors. This could be a way to avoid making your way onto that list of top contributors. Also, aggregation is relevant when we're talking about ad disclosure, because there are enhanced disclosure requirements for contributors that exceed the $50,000 threshold. So those are the four main areas. There's a very similar rule when it comes to gifts and aggregation. You basically can take the rule for contributions and substitute the word gift, and the standard's the same for gift limits and gift prohibitions. Here I'm just talking about contribution limits, but the gift rule is very similar. Again, with the same intent of not allowing someone to get past the gift rules by handing it out from different entities. So the issue of aggregation is really all contained in section 82015.5. This is in the definition part of the Act, and it defines when a contribution should be aggregated. I think one thing to keep in mind initially when reading this section is the distinction between an individual, a person, and an entity. Individual means a human being. A person doesn't mean an individual or a human being. It means it's a broad term defined in the Act to include just about any actor or group of actors under the Act. So it could be an individual, it can be a corporation, it can be an LLC, it can be a union, it can just be a group of people who have joined together for a common purpose. So that is a very broad term. And then entity is defined as person without individual. So when you hear the word entity, it's any person but not an individual. So that's very clear and a little confusing, but just keep that in mind as you're going. I think if you keep that in mind, it helps reading this statute. And the statute basically goes through three separate scenarios of where aggregation would take place. The first one, and that's in subdivisions B, C, and D. The first one is where you have an individual plus an entity or multiple entities involved. So if there's an individual who directs or controls an entity's contributions, then the contributions of that entity would be aggregated, meaning added together with any of the contributions by that individual or any other entities where that same individual directed or controlled the contributions from that other entity. One thing I would point out is this section talks about directs or controls, and that's in reference to the contributions themselves. So you could have a scenario where someone may be in charge of an entity, but they're not in charge of the making of political contributions. So it's their corporation. They've hired a director of public affairs who's in charge of all these decisions. If that person has no role in making the contributions, making decisions about contributions, even though technically they're the head of this organization, entity, whatever it may be, they're not necessarily the person that directs and controls the contributions. So I think that's an important distinction to make in some instances. Most instances, it's going to be the same person, especially with smaller entities, but there is a possibility that the person controlling the entity isn't necessarily the person controlling the contributions by the entity. So that's the number one group, the individual plus an entity. The second one is where you have two or more entities that are making contributions. Their contributions would be aggregated if the majority of the same persons direct or control the contribution decisions by both entities. So maybe you have a couple corporations or LLCs that have the same three partners, and they get together and decide to make contributions. Since those three partners are controlling both entities, you would aggregate those contributions for all the purposes I discussed earlier. And then D is the third scenario, which is where one entity is the majority owner of another entity. In that case, you would aggregate the contributions of the parent company with the subsidiary unless you would see that the entities acted independently. So there's an assumption that a parent is controlling the subsidiary entity, and so you'd have to, if that wasn't the case, you'd have to prove otherwise, but we're going to assume control in that circumstance. So those are the three scenarios. I can pause now if there's questions, or I have a few examples that I've taken from our campaign manuals that I can go through if that would be helpful.
No questions. No questions.
All right. Other commissioners? All right. Go ahead, Mr. So
this first example is the subdivision B example that I gave, where you have an individual who controls a number of different corporations. Your faces are blocking out my screen here, so I'm having trouble reading it. There we go. So here we have the individual make a contribution with his own money, personal funds, and then a contribution from one of his corporations where he directs and controls the decision to make contributions. We have a contribution limit of $4,900 here. It's an assembly race. So you would add these two contributions up. They would get reported and aggregated in the reporting. So they would report both of the sources, but it would be noted that they are aggregated together. And both Mr. Smith and his corporation would be deemed to have hit the contribution limit and couldn't make further contributions either himself or through one of these entities that he directs and controls for that election.
Can I pause and ask a question on this hypothetical?
Sure.
So suppose, well, let me just ask you, is the assumption here that Mr. Smith is directing and controlling the political activity? What is, and directs and controls contributions from each of his corporations. So in this hypothetical, if instead of directing and controlling himself, if he had a government affairs officer who did that, there would be no aggregation?
That's right. If he had no role in the decision making for making contributions, then that's correct. You would not aggregate.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up? I apologize because now.
That's what we're doing it for.
I know. It's like law school all over again. So what if Mr. Smith, in his capacity as the owner of the corporation, establishes the budget every year for contributions that are then made by a decision of the government affairs person? That's directing and controlling it, or those circumstances, or are still the answers no?
I haven't seen that scenario. I think you'd have to get down to the specifics of what direction he gave, what was understood between him and the person maybe that's making these decisions. Say it's a big corporation and they do a lot of political activity. I think you're less likely to say just by setting the budget you've directed and controlled a specific contribution. I think if he said, you know, I'm a developer, we really need to get this project done in this jurisdiction, then that's looking more, you know, the person makes the decision, well, I'm going to give to the 5 candidates for the city council, then that's looking more like maybe there is some direction and control. So really, it depends on the specifics. If he really has no role in dictating what happens with the money, I think you would say he's not directing and controlling the specific contributions.
Okay. Commissioner Baker, well, Commissioner Wilson, then Commissioner Baker. Oh, Commissioner Baker goes first.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. I mean, these are real-life decisions that candidates and some of their potential contributors have to make. So it is law schoolish, but it's still helpful. And maybe you're going to get to this in an example. If this individual who controls the corporation, let's say there's a board and it's got 3 or 5 or so people, and he or she is one of the people who votes on whether the contribution goes there, but other votes weigh in on that. And he or she may not be the one who has one vote. Where does that fall into control? Because what I heard is that if it had nothing to do with it, as opposed to they get to cast one vote, but it's other votes that have to go for it as well, to how the money's going to be spent, whether it's setting the budget or getting as specific as giving to this assembly candidate.
And that's another, I mean, I read all the letters before this, and I don't remember that scenario coming up, but I may have forgotten one. And I'm always hesitant to answer hypotheticals because I hate to have not known, you know, something that we said in an advice letter in the past, and then I get an email from one of our attorneys like, how do you not remember this advice letter? But I think, again, in that scenario, if you would look at sort of what authority the person exerted. So if they're one of 5 votes, I think there's a good argument to be made that they're not directing and controlling. If they exert authority, you know, we all have seen boards where one person is 1 vote, but they exert quite a bit of authority over a decision. I think if there were evidence of that, you might come out different. But it's a very fact-specific analysis. But in your pure example where you need a vote of 5 people, I think, and you need the majority, let's say, if you need 3 people to make the decision, I think it's hard to say someone directs and controls the decisions all by themselves.
I mean, it's fair that it's going to depend, is what I'm hearing. It's something to be aware of, to consider, look at, maybe contact the advice line or otherwise. These are very real things that happen out in the world of campaign finance at all levels of government in California. So it is helpful to know it's issue spotting, speaking of law school, and important to note this. It's also, I think this originally came out of, my original request came out of, we were looking at a step potentially, and when and why aggregation was happening. So I appreciate that it's issue spotting. We're going to be advised that just because you're one of only 5 votes, that doesn't make it free to go. It also doesn't mean you're in a bad situation.
Yeah, I would definitely say if you're in the scenario you described, please write in for advice to us before you do anything.
Okay, I think I know the answer, but this is kind of in the weeds as well. General Counsel Bainbridge, these are hypotheticals or are these actual examples?
They are hypotheticals from our manual. Now, often hypotheticals are generated, ripped from the headlines from actual cases. So this may have been an actual case at one point in the past, but usually our hypotheticals are sort of simplified versions of maybe what we've seen in advice or an enforcement case.
Yeah, the reason I ask is that I've never heard of a senator, however you pronounce it, Yadon, but there have been assembly members named Perez. So my only recommendation, if feasible, is moving forward. The examples are good examples, but I think would be good to just name Mr. Smith or Ms. Smith, whatever the case may be. Because in the case of Perez, there have been more than one Perez in the assembly, for example. So it's really in the weeds, but I think the examples are excellent examples, but we don't need people going to the website doing a search on what's actually a hypothetical.
Yeah, for the record, we always change the names, and we try to use common names in our examples, or completely strange name, something that's not going to identify anybody. So it's either a real common name or something that would never be a real name. Is the sort of thing that we try to use.
Versus Bainbridge.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, great. Any other questions for Mr. Bainbridge on this slide before he continues? All right, go for it.
Okay, the next one is a little bit of a combination here, and this is getting at the issue of 2 entities controlled by the same person. So here we have the CEO directs that both companies make contributions. And in this scenario, let's see, does it say what committee we're going to? This scenario, it's a city council committee. So it's not over the limit, and we'll assume for the sake of this that this isn't over the local limit or at the local limit. And I say that just to point out that it's not just relevant for when something is at or above contribution limits. It's also relevant just to know who's contributing. So even though, let's say the limit is 4,900 in this jurisdiction, they're only at 4,500, so they're not at the limit. They still need to aggregate so that we know the source of the contributions for all the reasons we discussed earlier in the context of the enforcement case. This one would also meet the third category where you have one entity owns the other. Keep moving, not hearing any questions. And then the last example, this is here to, point out what majority ownership means, and it means 51% or more. Here we have one telecom that owns 51% of another. So typically we would assume that any contributions by one would be aggregated with the other. However, in this instance, we have an indication that they act independently. So Southwest Telecom, let's say, owns the stock of American Telecom, but they have separate boards. They don't have any common officers. there would be, if there's no indication that they're making these decisions, that there's the same decision makers here, you would not actually aggregate the contributions between these two entities in this case. And that's subdivision D on the statute that I previously had up here.
Follow-up question on that. If each entity's decision-making body, there was crossover between the people where a majority of the same.
Yes, then it would qualify as aggregation under subdivision C, where you have a majority of the same decision makers at each entity as to the contributions being made.
All right, great. Commissioner Baker?
I'm going to think of some, again, real-life scenarios. I'm not going to let either side be the bad guy here, but let's say there's a business organization at the state level, and then it's got chapters. And the business organization at the state level gives money to candidate A, and let's say it's also labor. And there's a labor group that's at the state level, and they have local chapters, and they give candidate A. But the way they communicate to one another is, here's the candidates that we've endorsed. You can decide if you're going to give money, but here's who they are. I mean, how much independence in that scenario between maybe not a parent company, but a parent association, business or labor, has local chapters, and does that also raise the question of aggregation, or are there special rules perhaps that apply?
There is an advice letter that is a similar scenario that I'm not remembering. I will send you after we get done. Similar scenario, and again, it was very fact specific as to how the organizations are set up, what level of communication goes on, and so
That's very helpful.
Okay, yeah, I don't want to get too specific, but I will let you know the advice letter, because that is a scenario we see, and it really did depend. Our advice depended largely on how they operated and you know, even how they were set up, the organization.
Line for Mr. Bainbridge. Hey, Mr. Bainbridge.
That's the end.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that that presentation. So the aggregation rules, just kind of those exist in statute. They are limited in terms of how we interpret those, how we apply those by, of course, the statutory language. Can you remind me, were those recently changed, or have those been in place? I thought that was part of the recent amendments. Maybe.
I left the boring history slide off of this slideshow, but if you're asking for it, the statute, it's been in statute for a while. It was moved a couple years ago to the definition section. In the past, it had been in the section just concerning contributions or contribution limits. So it was brought in to apply in all of these scenarios, and not just have it. And I think the reason it was moved was to make sure that it was then, there was no confusion as to it applying into all the 4 different scenarios that I discussed, as opposed to just being relevant in the context of campaign contribution limits. Prior to being put in the statute, which happened, I think I wrote this down, I don't have my notes right now, it was a FPPC regulation. So originally it was a regulation that, originally it was an opinion issued by the commission in like its second year, became a regulation, and then at some point that regulation was codified.
That's helpful context. Other commissioners have any questions for Mr. Bain?
Thank you for the presentation and following up on this and stuff. I, for one, will carry it forward when we have more of these questions come up.
Thank you, Mr. Bainbridge. Appreciate your work on that. All right, we'll now proceed to item number 12. This is the In Re Liederman opinion, and with us is our commission counsel from the legal division, Caitlin Green. And yep, we're right at noon, so good afternoon, Ms. Green.
All right. So good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Caitlin Green, Commission Counsel, Legal Division, presenting a request for a formal commission opinion. I think my camera's off. Hold on a second. On the sale of non-fungible tokens. This request, I'm having some technical difficulties. Okay. This request and presentation is to determine the permissibility and campaign reporting obligations when a committee sells or uses NFTs as a fundraising mechanism. Staff received a request from a candidate-controlled committee that wants to sell NFTs as part of their fundraising efforts and intends to offer a tiered level, which would be, each tier would be different types of NFTs and offered at a different price, depending on what somebody wants to pay. It'll be a different kind, a different number of NFTs provided. In addition, the committee intends to send out a physical item, such as a baseball card or similar memorabilia that represents the NFT. The committee did not provide specifically what the NFT will look like or what the physical item would be. So before getting into the legal issues and the analysis, I have a video here that provides a background on NFTs because I am in no way an expert on this. And then afterwards, I'll go through some examples that I found in hopes that it's helpful. So this one's about 5 minutes or so. Does my volume need to be on? Oh, okay. I don't know if that's playing the sound.
Usually when I'm teaching and this happens, I have to go above the view options and there's an option there to show.
This is Nyan Cat. He's part cat, part Pop-Tart. The gif of a rainbow casting feline was a viral meme back in 2011. Fast forward to February 2021, the original gif was sold at an online auction for 300 Ether, the cryptocurrency that powers the Ethereum network. That was equivalent to nearly $600,000 at the time. You may be asking how someone can own the original copy of a GIF that was pervasive around the internet. It's because it was sold as an NFT, or non-fungible token, which acts like a digital certificate of authenticity. The market for NFTs ballooned in 2020, climbing to a market cap of at least $338 million from about $41 million in 2018. But skeptics are asking whether these assets are really worth the value assigned to them, especially if all it takes to view them is an internet connection. To understand how NFTs work, first you need to understand what fungibility is. Fungibility refers to the ability of an asset to be exchanged or substituted with similar assets of the same value. A simple example of a fungible asset is currency. Say you have 5 $1 bills in your wallet. You may not want to carry around so much change, so you exchange them for a single $5 bill. The value of your money is still $5, regardless of the fact it's now in a different form. Non-fungible assets are the opposite. Each one is unique and can't be easily substituted for something similar. Think of the Mona Lisa. It's an original piece of art. It couldn't be swapped out for, say, a Mona Lisa poster from the Louvre gift shop, because the poster doesn't hold the same value.
The idea behind NFTs is that you have this digital signature in the way that a great work of art might bear the signature of the person who created it. So you can always go and look at the original and say, yes, this is the real one, this is authentic. A NFT winds up having that through the blockchain where the information is recorded.
NFTs are cryptocurrencies, but unlike fungible cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, they are completely unique. They exist as a string of numbers and letters stored on a blockchain ledger. This information can contain who owns the digital asset, who sold it, and when it was sold. This information is also encrypted, ensuring the NFT's authenticity and scarcity. In doing so, they fix a difficult problem for digital creators on the internet: how to make your creation scarce and therefore more valuable.
So with NFTs, you wind up having this scarcity because they are non-fungible, and because of that, there is only one of these tokens that can exist. It can't be traded for anything similar because there is nothing similar that exists. And so you wind up getting that scarcity and that limitation, which helped drive up some of the prices.
One of the early applications of creating this scarcity was the digital collectible game CryptoKitties, which emerged in 2017. Users were able to buy, trade, and breed digital cat collectibles. Each new cat was an NFT, which certified its originality and ownership. Since then, NFTs have been applied to video games, digital art, and sports memorabilia. One example is NBA Top Shot, which allows users to procure a collection of digital basketball highlights, like a video clip of a posterizing dunk. All highlights are NFTs and have become big business. By mid-March, NBA Top Shot had clocked in over $338 million in sales since it went live in October 2020. Non-fungible tokens are making their way into the mainstream art world as well. Auction house Christie's opened bidding for its first purely digital art NFT. Bids rocketed into the millions of dollars.
People are really excited about NFTs because, unlike with the blockchain underlying Bitcoin, you can do a lot more complex things with it. You can wind up setting terms within it, such as, the original creator, upon each resale of this asset, will get X amount, or you can take it and you can have an NFT that itself mints other NFTs, and it winds up having all of these really untested applications. The surface has only been scratched in terms of its potential.
Along with all the hype around NFTs, experts have raised some concerns. One issue is that not all NFTs verify the person selling a digital art piece is actually the original creator. This is difficult, particularly in online marketplaces.
One of the concerns is that anyone can essentially go on a lot of these marketplaces and say, I am the person who created this token, and it can be really hard to verify that, especially if you don't know who they actually are or they're saying someone that they're not.
And some are skeptical that ownership alone makes digital assets valuable. When it comes to digital art, a buyer owns the original digital painting, but the person can't keep others from copying the image and sharing or changing it online.
You have had a lot of scams in cryptocurrencies just historically. And so the concern is that, people are hyping these up. They're saying, go buy these NFTs, it's great. But in reality, there's always got to be a buyer for there to be a seller, and people might decide all of a sudden, let me cash in my profits, and someone's going to be stuck holding the bag.
Proponents are bullish on the potential for NFTs, but critics are wary that it may be a digital bubble in the making.
So that is the best video I found to give background on what NFTs are. That was from the Wall Street Journal. So now I can go through some examples that are pretty famous that might help in visualizing what some of these are. This one here was the original and first tweet of the CEO of Twitter. that sold as an NFT for roughly $2.9 million. A portion of those proceeds were donated to COVID-19 relief in Africa. So that's typically what these have been used for, is fundraising efforts. Here's another example from Ellen DeGeneres. She sold her monologue describing what NFTs are as an NFT. So someone owns the physical original, 4-minute video of her explaining what NFTs are. And then she also sold the images that she took during this monologue as NFTs, and she raised a combined total of over $33,000 for charity. And so I'm going to play this video too of her monologue, which might also provide some more background in a silly manner.
I like to stay current. I think y'all like to stay current, and if you count on me for staying current, good for you. And that's a shame at the same time. But anyway, so the NFTs, everyone's talking about. Have you heard of NFTs? Anybody? Okay, a couple of people, yes. And then other people, no. And I'm not talking about the National Federation of Tree Frogs, if that's what you thought I was talking about. So NFTs stands for Non-Fungible Token. This term has been all over the news recently, but most people don't know what it is, including me, but that is not going to stop me from trying to explain it to you. So, hold on to your Zooms, because I'm about to put the fun in fungible. I watched a YouTube video on NFTs, and what I learned is that Bounty paper towels are 92% more absorbent than other leading brands. That's what the ad before the thing said, and then that's all I watched, because I got bored. But I did read an article, and I'll try to explain it to you. So something non-fungible means it's unique and can't be replaced with anything else. Before NFTs, we only talked about things that were fungible, like Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a cryptocurrency, which I believe makes Superman weak. Let's get back to the NFT. You down with NFT? Yeah, you know me. NFT. Who's down with NFT? NFT is anything digital, like drawings, music, tweets. The owners of these digital items have been selling them. For instance, someone bought this digital drawing of a cat. Okay, are y'all sitting down? Yes, you're all sitting down. It sold for $172,000. That drawing of that cat. And I know what you're thinking, that's insane, and you're right, but some things can't be understood, like math or science or how they make Dippin' Dots. If this is a self-portrait made by a cat, then I get it. It's worth that much money. If a cat drew that and it looks just like that, if it didn't look like it, it's less money. But if the cat drew it and looks identical to that, that's $172,000. I get it all day long. I'm sure you're wondering why someone would do that. And I mean, because you could just copy and paste it, right? Think of it like this. It's like art. Anyone can own a print of a painting, but only one person can own the original. For instance, here's the very first tweet ever. It was posted by the CEO of Twitter. Just setting up my Twitter. Okay, someone paid $2.5 million for that because it's the first tweet ever from the CEO of Twitter. Didn't even spell Twitter right. So now someone owns that because they have a unique blockchain. A blockchain collects information together in groups, also known as blocks, and it sets information. Are you with me? Because I'm not. I have lost it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a selfie, and I'm going to NFT it. I don't know if that's how you say it, but so. All right. So, but here's what I'm going to do, because the cat seemed to be very popular. So I drew a picture of a cat here. All right. So I am now. I can't fit it in at the same time. All right, hold on. Okay, there, I think. Wait, hold on. Oh, I think I got it. Anyway, so I'm going to sell this, and once I figure out how to get the picture off my phone and onto my computer into a blockchain and a non-fungible token, Shouldn't be any harder than trying to turn off my flashlight on my phone. Anyway, so I'm going to tweet out the information on how you can buy this NFT, and all the money will go to Jose Andres' charity, World Central Kitchen. All right?
So that monologue sold as an NFT along with those pictures of the cat that she took. As you can see on the left side of the screen, that was the platform that was used where she sold them.
I like to stay current.
Okay, and then this is another example where NFT trading cards are sold in addition to a physical collectible. Here, this was NFT for good trading cards with a physical collector's card that was used to redeem the digital NFT. And this was a Stop Asian Hate fundraiser. And this is also the example that the committee who requested the opinion provided as an example of what they might provide as NFTs. And then here's just another example of digital NFTs with physical collectibles. This is an individual selling their digital artwork along with a custom hoodie with each purchase. So now that we've gone through the background of NFTs and some examples, the question becomes, if a committee is permitted to sell these NFTs, how are those payments how are those payments reported that they receive? Will the entire payment be reported as a contribution? So under the Act and as illustrated in the memo, a contribution is a payment, a forgiveness of a loan, a payment of a loan by a third party, or an enforceable promise to make a payment except to the extent that full and adequate consideration is received, unless it is clear from the surrounding circumstances that it is not made for political purposes. The term contribution includes the purchase of tickets for events such as concerts, dinners, rallies, and similar fundraising events. The term full and adequate consideration means fair market value, and fair market value is whatever it would cost the candidate or committee to obtain the same or similar goods or services on the open market. So there's two potential avenues for how we can look at this situation with the committee selling these NFTs. One is that when payments received in exchange for merchandise sold by a committee, the payment is reported as a miscellaneous increase to cash and is not reported as a contribution, unless, however, the committee receives an amount above the fair market value of that item. That amount would be reported as a contribution. The other avenue is where a committee receives a payment in exchange for tickets to, say, a political fundraiser. In that situation, they're not receiving full and adequate consideration. They're only receiving some consideration in the form of food or entertainment. And then also, and in that case, the full payment would be a reportable contribution. Also, when the committee provides a gift or an incentive to make a contribution, the payment received would also be, the entire payment would be a reportable contribution in that situation as well. Accordingly, it's staff's recommendation that a commission opinion on this issue conclude that the full amount of the payment received for NFTs is a reportable contribution. Because again, the committee's NFTs are not available on the open market other than from the committee. The NFTs would not have a determinable fair market value due to the committee's ability to sell the NFTs at any amount. Therefore, the transaction should be treated more like a payment for a fundraiser or an incentive to make a contribution rather than a traditional sale of merchandise. This will prevent a committee from being able to avoid treating these payments as contributions that are subject to limits and tailored reporting. So with that, I will take any questions or direction by the Commission regarding this opinion request.
Thank you, Ms. Green. Do commissioners have questions for Ms. Green? Nope. Right.
I'm sorry, I have a comment.
Yes.
It's GIF, not GIF. It's GIF. The Wall Street Journal got it wrong.
All right.
But in seriousness, thank you for a very great and clear presentation on something that is foggy for a lot of people.
I have a question, Ms. Green. If it, at some point in the future, evolves so that they're, what the campaigns are doing with NFTs, their market value, at that point, would our,
I would say yes, because if there is a fair market value attributed to the item, then it would most likely be more akin to selling merchandise. But in this situation, right now, the committee is creating these NFTs, and they're the ones selling it. They're the ones setting the price of these things. So since they're not available on the open market right now, I mean, I guess some people could buy them from other people, but that's not what we're discussing here. This is the committee creating them. So, I mean, I would say that it could change if these do evolve into something else.
No other commissioners have called for public comment. We are on item 12. This is the In-Ray Leaderman opinion. Do we have any? Seeing none. Well, thank you, Ms. Green. I think it was a good presentation. It was clear, definitely. And I think the staff's recommendation is correct. So I'm going to move that we approve staff recommendation to issue the.
Second.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
I will say that I believe Commissioner Wood is voting aye on this matter. I can't hear, but it looks like that's what she's doing.
And Chair Manich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Green.
And just to be clear on the procedure, so we'll bring back an opinion once it's been drafted for the commission to approve.
Right. We'll now proceed to item 13. This is our regulation projects and schedule for 2022. Both Executive Director West and Mr. Bainbridge on that. That kind of threw me for Bainbridge. I'm glad you have company on this. Before you begin, though, let the record reflect that Commissioner Cardenas did need to leave the meeting early. So that Bainbridge and why don't we just go ahead and take like a 15-minute break right now, and we'll come back at just come back at 12:45. Make it simple. All right. Thanks, guys. All right, we're gonna get going again after a short break, and we are on item 13. It's our regulation projects and schedule for 2022, and presenting will be Executive Director West and John.
Good afternoon again. This is the regulation calendar. We've started doing this, well, done it off and on with the commission. We started doing it again a couple of years ago. The purpose is to give some people some time to plan, see what's coming up. So it's always subject to change. Our priorities could change. We may want to add things. We traditionally do. Things can get moved around. Nothing's set in stone. It's just here for the commission to consider and be basically a tentative schedule of the regulatory projects we're going to handle this year. So I've listed a summary of each of the projects, the areas we see them potentially affecting in the Act. Again, as we get into projects, we may add things, change things, decide we want to address a different regulation section. So basically don't hold us to any of this as being strictly the regulation sections or the relevant statutes. It's really just to give the commission as well as the public an idea of what we're planning on doing this year. I would encourage any commissioners or members of the public who are interested in any of these subjects, have thoughts, have recommendations, to submit them to our staff. You can always just send them to me and I will distribute them to the staff that's working on the specific item. And the sooner the better we get your thoughts, if you want to do drafts, however you want to present it to us, or just general ideas as to what you think needs to be addressed. If one of the topics here is something you know of another issue within the same topic, happy to view all those materials. Again, you see the schedule here, and assuming we do it this way, the earlier the better for us to get the information to incorporate it into the drafts that we present to the commission. As is typically the practice, we do a pre-notice presentation of the regulations, sometimes with language, sometimes with just general concepts to get direction from the commission on what way they would like to go with the regulations. Sometimes at pre-notice, we have a really good idea of what it's going to look like, and we'll have actual language ready to go as well. And then the reason we call it pre-notice is that's because it's before it goes over to the Office of Administrative Law for noticing and for that process. So we have a pre-notice, and then 2 months later, typically, the item will be up for adoption before the commission, sometimes longer, usually not shorter, because we need that time to notice it properly. But sometimes we get into things and need to push them to separate months or meetings get canceled. Again, with the theme of this being tentative, and we can make changes to it. But you see the project summaries here. I won't read each of them, although I'm happy to try to provide a little more information or answer any questions commissioners may have about these. I've also included the source of the idea, so just to give people an idea of where each regulation came from. So with that, I would open it up to the commission if there's comments, questions, items they'd like to not have included, items they'd like to add, any of those sort of things.
Thank you, Mr. Bainbridge. Commissioners, any questions or comments for Mr. Bainbridge?
I would like to hear you speak a little bit more about several of these, just to give a sense of where the need for regulation arises or where the interest arises. So, for example, the prohibited lobbyist activities is really interesting to me. The cryptocurrency is really interesting. The direct personal benefit definition, I haven't kept up so closely with amendments made by AB 1367, things like that. So could you give us just a little bit more on at least those three?
Sure, I'll go in order.
Thank you.
Cryptocurrency, the commission a little over 3 years ago now adopted a regulation regarding contributions made via cryptocurrency, and with a prohibition on contributions that are made in the form of cryptocurrency. This, at the request of the chair, is reconsidering, given that was over 3 years ago, and cryptocurrency has become more prevalent. New iteration of the chair, other than Commissioner Cardenas, who's left for the day anyway. So we're going to look at that issue again. We'll bring back a memo. We've updated some of the information from our memo 3 years ago to provide more information about what other states and the FEC have done in this space regarding cryptocurrency and contributions in the form of cryptocurrency. So that will be an open-ended one. We'll have it back next March. We're not going to have any language yet because we wanted to see what the commission, if the commission wanted to change course on the current policy of not allowing contributions via cryptocurrency before we put any drafts together. The direct personal benefit definition is more of a technical thing. The new legislation uses the term direct personal benefit, but we have a regulation that has a specific cross-reference to direct personal benefit that doesn't include that new section of the law that was passed with the legislation that went into effect last year. So this is just cleaning up that issue. This was something that Lindsay had pointed out that we needed to clean up whether that definition applies to both contexts or not. And then the last one, the prohibited lobbyist activities. That's in reference to 86205, which is a section that has a number of specific prohibitions on activities of lobbyists. You don't actually see it come up that often, but it's A through F, and it's just separate, different separate prohibitions. And there's no regulation on it currently, and I think there's some need to maybe spell out what some of the terms mean. For example, one of the provisions is provision F, which prohibits lobbyists and lobbying firms from accepting or agreeing to accept any payment in any way contingent upon the defeat, enactment, or outcome of any proposed legislative or administrative action. So we see a need for some definition via regulation as to what that means, what is contingent upon defeat. And so that was the impetus, that specific section. But in looking at it, we realized there may be other things to do within some of these other subdivisions to help maybe define some of these terms or explain how these apply. Okay, and the reason it's at the end of the year is because this is still an issue we're looking into and trying to explore where it would be helpful to have some more gloss on it.
Great. Thank you very much.
Any additional comments? Commissioner Baker?
Thank you. In the direct personal benefit, it says legislative council was the source. Is that the from one house or the other, or just in general in the legislature, or was that our own team?
Yeah, that was from our house. That came from Lindsay.
I wanted to be clear, because down below it says legal division staff, so checking that out. Got it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wilson?
You know, on that point, probably when I first became a commissioner and I saw legislative council, it took me a minute to realize after one meeting, oh, they're talking about the legislative council that's used here. I think for the benefit of the public, maybe some kind of notation or footnote to clarify that legislative council refers to our legislative council. Just a minor suggestion.
Good point.
Yeah, I'll make that more clear.
Right. Any other comments, questions, et cetera, for Mr. Cambridge? And do we have any public comment on the proposed regulatory schedule for 2022? I will move to approve the regulation project and schedule for 2022 as presented by staff.
Second.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Matich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, moving right along, we will invite our Chief of Administration, Ms. Hahn, to the table. Good afternoon. We'll proceed to item 14. This is our 2021-22 second quarter expenditure report.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioner. I'm here to provide an update of, second quarter of 2021-2022 expenditures. As you can see, our expenditures are within our projective, in line with our projection from the beginning of the fiscal years. If you have any question, I'm here to answer.
Any questions for Ms. Hahn? Hearing and seeing none, do we have any public comment on item 14? Thank you, Ms. Hahn. We'll go ahead and move to item 15, also one of yours, Ms. Hahn, and that's our 2022-23 budget.
I am here to provide the governor's budget that staff normally would provide in January, but because we didn't have a January commission meeting, so we're here to provide a governor budget allocation for 2022 and 2023 appropriation. The Fair Political Practice received a total of $15.877 million to the FPPC, and approximately 88% of that is to cover our staff salary and wages and benefits. And that would total up about 93 positions that were authorized. And for the new fiscal year, we received one new position that was through SB 686 for the BCP approval. And then 12% of the total is to allocate it for our operation expense and equipment costs. I'm here to answer any question that you might have.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Any questions for Ms. Hahn on the budget? Commissioner?
I just had one, so much for the benefit of the public, but also a good primer for me. That when the governor releases this budget and has these figures, do we have an input in that at earlier stages in the fall, we being this agency, to make suggestions or otherwise, or does that generally come later as the legislature with the governor is reaching a negotiation? I'm just kind of curious if we could say a little bit about how we get to put input. What input do we get to have?
Sure. So typically during the governor releases budget in January 10th, typically, for the following year. And staff usually will be working with Department of Finance 6 months prior to that, leading up to his release of the budget. And then staff would be either submitting like a budget change proposal because certain legislation has been approved and adopted through that process, and then staff continuously work with Department of Finance to update in case there's change or there's salary increase that occur during the process. So then the staff would be continuously working with Department of Finance to update those numbers in order to make us sufficient for the next fiscal year.
Thank you. And the two I haven't followed to that, if I remember correctly, last year, or some part of last year, there was across the board, or at least for us, there was like a cut. The number 15% is popping out in my mind. I don't know if that's correct.
It was 5%.
Okay. It tripled it for us. And I'm not seeing that here. So
to answer your question, Commissioner Baker, that it was across all state agencies. There was a 5% reduction for operations only, and you don't see it here because that's already in our base that already shaved off the 5%. So that continuously, that 5% has been already removed going forward.
Okay, this kind of reflects not going back up to prior to the 5%. This is based on that 5%.
Correct.
And my final one is we got a very thorough enforcement division report in December, and it does sound like the team just has a very big workload that they're working hard on. And I don't know if there are opportunities to increase positions there. You mentioned a increase for a particular bill and so on. Are there prospects for that? I don't know that it's one of the priorities we've asked for, so I don't want to overly, push, but what are either the prospects or have there been discussions about ways to support the enforcement team?
If you would like to increase the staff-wise, then we could talk about, the upcoming year, what we think we would need. Then we would have to have conversation with Department of Finance to propose like a budget change proposal on increasing allocation of PYs.
Okay, but it's not otherwise in here, obviously, because there's one particular position. That's helpful for me to understand as we go forward. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Ms. Hahn on the budget?
I would just this is the Executive Director West. I would just point out that one position is going to enforcement as a special investigator.
All right. Any public comment on item 15, our 2022-23 budget? And seeing none, thank you, Ms. Hahn. Appreciate your report. All right, moving on our agenda, with the indulgence of my colleagues, I'd like to flip the order of the next two items. And so for the next item, I would like to invite Chloe Hackert, our program manager for the Education Diversion Special Projects Group, to the table to give us the update on our legal division's diversion program. And then after that, Ms. McConnell sent her legislative report, which includes an update on potential funding for the diversion program. First, let's learn about the diversion program.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Let me see if I can get Zoom to work for me today and share my screen with the presentation. Alrighty, so as the chair introduced, my name is Chloe Hackert, and I am the Education Program Manager. I have a much longer title, but this is easier to digest here. So I'm here to present to you today on the exciting developments of the diversion program. This has been talked about for about 20 years, so we're really excited that this is finally coming to fruition. And I've been with the Commission over 6 years, and this has always been something that the Enforcement Divisions really wanted to help educate folks instead of routing them through the Enforcement Division process, where most of the time these first-time low offensive people, they just need to be educated on what these rules are. And this is going to provide them that opportunity instead of getting an enforcement penalty. So we'll go into the details of this as we go along, but that's just kind of a taste. So in November 2021, that's when the diversion program started. So we hired our manager of the diversion and special projects group, Dominika Wojenska. We also hired our political reform consultant, Sylvia Riberos. They have been working incredibly hard to get this off the ground this year. We're still in the beginning stages. We're building the airplane. It has not taken off the ground yet. So this is just an update to let you know what we've been working on and a general overview of the diversion program. So with that said, let's get started. So in the overview of the diversion program, these are the topics that we'll be discussing today. The purpose of the diversion program courses that we plan to offer, the general requirements of eligibility to partake in the diversion program, what exclusions from the diversion program are, participation requirements to be in the diversion program, and then our first course that we plan to offer is the Statement of Economic Interest, SEI. So we were going to go over the procedure for those types of referrals for our first course that we plan to launch, and then the final certificate that will be issued at the conclusion of the diversion program to participants in the program. So these are the general topics that we're going to discuss today for our diversion program. So the purpose of the diversion program. The purpose of the diversion program is to allow for education of respondents who have little or no experience with the Political Reform Act and commit minor violations in lieu of monetary penalties. The authority to establish and run the diversion program is based on Regulation 18360.1, which requires the Commission to develop the diversion program as soon as feasible, which is now. So again, this was all based out of the most recent amendments that occurred in January 2021, and that's what created the authority with the diversion program, and a lot of our eligibility requirements are based out of that regulation as well. So these are the courses that we're going to have to offer with the diversion program. The first course that we are going to launch, again, is the Statement of Economic Interest course. Just something to note here, right now we do not have the authority to impose a program fee. We've done our research, and most other agencies that offer educational programs do have a fee to participate in the program. And so we are planning to have a fee, but at this time we do not have the authority to impose one, so we are seeking legislation, which will be discussed about next, which is why this presentation is going first. So for a while that is being discussed and in legislation, we're going to offer a free trial version. And in place of a fee, they're going to complete a survey at the end. And that survey is going to provide us really valuable feedback as we start developing our other future courses, which we're going to go over next. Once that, if we do get the legislation to have a program fee, which again will be on a sliding scale, again, the base rate for some fines under the Streamline program are lesser than others, as you can see in our Streamline report. So, for instance, a Statement of Economic Interest-based Streamline fine might be $100, so then it would be less than that. So each time that there's a program fee, it will be less than the base Streamline fine for that type of violation in our streamline regulations. So once we have the Statement of Economic Interest course launched, we also plan on launching campaign courses, the campaign course for candidate and candidate-controlled committees, campaign course for general purpose and primarily formed committees, and campaign course for independent expenditure and major donor committees. Again, different types of committees, different types of requirements. So we wanted to build different courses that are going to affect and give the rules for what type of committee you are and what you are required to file. And again, we would like to launch these in the future, especially as we're going into an election year. This is going to be really helpful for all these first-time candidates now in the 2022 ballots, and that's our goal, to have these launched so that they can partake in this program. Additionally, we would like to launch a behested payments reports course and a lobbying reports course, and then additionally, last one, advertising and mass mailing disclosures. Again, these are based on data that we have done, that routinely these are the common streamline fines that we see, that we prosecute. And so with that data being used, these are the courses that we want to develop to offer as diversion courses to route them through, and that will also free up resources for our enforcement division. Any questions on the courses? Okay, so this is an example of what a respondent is going to see if they're enrolled in the diversion program. So this is what the login would look like. So this is what the login screen will be. We are really excited that we partnered with Blackboard. So Blackboard usually gives training and educational materials to colleges, higher education, and with the state. They are also with the state HR training courses for supervisors, so I'm getting some experience going into this to help develop these courses. So they have been really helpful with us, and again, we're in the beginning stages of developing these programs. But Blackboard has been really helpful, and it creates a great user interface that's super simple for people to be able to figure out on how to use the diversion program. So this is an example of what someone would see to log in. Eventually, we will have a website, and that is where people will be able to access the diversion program and be launched into this login screen. On the next slide, this is an example of what they'll see once they're in the program. So this is through Blackboard again, but this is an example of the test environment of what the Statement of Economic Interest course is going to look like. So the Statement of Economic Interest course, as you can see here, we are asking, it gives a lot of information. We want people to know their expectation as they're going to take this course. And so with this slide, you see that they will have learning modules, they'll have tests to complete, little ones after each module they take. They'll be required to take a final test at the end to understand all of their requirements. And then again, for the free version, they're going to complete a survey. So on this slide, again, we're just trying to show everyone, like, these are the requirements. It's pretty easy to navigate. So again, they can go, it's asynchronous, and so they can go module by module and complete the program. Again, we're in the beginning phases, but this is our prototype of development on what we see for future courses, where again, all the information on where you can access things, resources, and pace yourself to complete the course as they go along. But this is an example of what they would see as they enter in to begin their course. So for eligibility as they go in, so for respondents to be eligible for the diversion program, the violations committed by the respondent appear to be the result of low level of experience and sophistication of the party. And violations committed by the respondent resulted in minimal public harm. And again, these are based off of the requirements of eligibility for Streamline. So similarly, they would have to meet these requirements to get a Streamline fine as well, but they will have to meet these requirements to be also enrolled in the diversion program. So most of the time it's going to be first-time candidates, first-time filers, or someone that hasn't paid an enforcement penalty before. So these are the general requirements for eligibility to be enrolled in the diversion program. And again, as the last one, the respondent has not paid a penalty to the commission for the same type of violation occurring within the last 5 years. By that, we mean that hopefully they've been educated, that they paid the penalty to us, filed their forms, and resolved their case, that they're aware of these rules and regulations as they're going forward. As with the Act, there's also exclusions. So some exclusions from participating in the program: any evidence of an intent to conceal or violate the Act or its regulations relating to the Act, presented false or altered evidence to the FPPC, made false statements to the FPPC regarding material facts, evidence of intentional interference with a witness in an FPPC matter, has other violations under review for prosecution that do not qualify for a streamlined penalty, where again, if they're an SCI non-filer, maybe they might have a potential conflict that they're not trying to disclose. The same respondent does not qualify for a streamlined penalty based on other specific exclusions listed in the regulations. Again, these are taken from our regulations 18360.1 or 18360.3. And the same respondent completed the diversion program for the same type of violation occurring within the last 5 years. So if they take the SCI course for non-filing in 2022 and then are referred back to enforcement in 2023 because they failed to report something on their statement of economic interest and they were educated on that in the diversion program, they could not take that same course again to avoid getting an enforcement penalty. They would then be routed through the streamlined program to see if they qualify for that. So these are our general exclusions for participating in the diversion program. Again, they're largely taken out of what's already in our regulations. But the goal is we want people to participate in this program, and we're really excited by it. And again, from my time in enforcement and Domenica's time in enforcement, we think this is a really great opportunity, and it's going to help the enforcement division a lot, especially going into an election year. If we can get these going quickly, that we'll be able to free up some resources, and our data shows that people are going to qualify for this program and be able to partake in it. So the requirements, because if you're going to be enrolled in this program, you do have to do some things in order to completely satisfy the requirements. So who needs to participate? So for statement of economic interest, lobbying reports, and behest of payment report violations, the filer is who's going to be enrolled in the program. Typically, it's just this one person filing these reports, whereas campaign may be different. So for campaign violations, if the candidate, then the candidate will be enrolled. Treasurer, if it's not a professional treasurer, assistant treasurer if charged, and principal officer if charged. Kind of discussed earlier today in some of our enforcement cases, depending on who signs this statement, who was involved in the violation, that's going to be who's enrolled in the program. Because some candidate-controlled committees do not have a principal officer, don't have an assistant treasurer. It might just be the candidate and the treasurer, or the candidate may have been acting as their own treasurer. So it's really going to depend on how the committee is structured and who is charged in the violations for us to enroll them. But those decisions will be made with the enforcement division, making those referrals over to us. For advertising and mass mailing disclosure violations, similarly, the candidate, principal officer if charged, and treasurer if charged. Commonly, mostly it's the candidate and principal officer in advertising violations because they're the ones making the ads and making those decisions, but again, depends on the nature of violations, but these are generally who are we going to enroll in our programs and who is responsible for taking them. So this is a slide showing the procedure. So our first course, as mentioned, is the Statement of Economic Interest, this one that we've been actively working on. So how it will work, because this is a collaboration between enforcement and the diversion program. So the enforcement division determines that the respondent qualifies for the diversion program, that they don't meet any of those exclusions, they meet all the eligibility requirements, and once they've made that determination, then they make the referral over to the diversion program, and the diversion program enrolls the respondent into the diversion's SCI course, which again goes back to that example slide. What they would see, the login page, and then beginning their course requirements. Once the respondent completes the requirements of the diversion program SCI course, which will include taking those modules, taking that final test, completing that survey, most importantly, filing their statement of economic interest or amending their disclosures. All of that's been done, and they get the certificate. We will give them back to enforcement to say, hey, they've met all the requirements of the diversion program, they have been educated on their violation, and the enforcement division closes the respondent's case with a no action closure letter. So again, this has kind of really helped streamline, I think, a lot of resources within enforcement that we're going to take on having these people, which would typically be SCI non-filer cases, where intake staff and other attorneys would work with them to file their statements, pay a penalty, get that before the commission. Now, if they are eligible, can go through the diversion program, become educated on what their filing obligation and reporting obligations are. And again, it will free up some resources within the enforcement division to focus on other cases and other priorities. But yeah, so this is basically how the interaction would play out between the enforcement division and diversion.
Thank you, Ms. Hackett, for the presentation and excellent slides. When you talked about the exclusions under the diversion program, you listed a number of actions that would be subject to exclusion. Would Chief Brereton have discretion if there was a situation that didn't fall exactly on point, if she wanted to say, this person an exclusion would apply here as well?
That discretion is going to lie with her because the referrals are coming from enforcement. And again, in that streamline regulation, the chief does have discretion over any participants in the program, so she will have that choice. We won't know when we're going to, but we'll double check on things, of course, that if they violate it.
That's what I assume, but it's not just limited to the list. She would still have the discretion.
Yes. Yes. And then staff can put input where, maybe like, oh, well, they have a prior for this or things like that. Usually there's an evaluation for a case where those factors are listed for the chief to make that determination if they qualify for diversion or if they need to be put into the streamline program.
Thank you. I did have a question about this slide. Also, thank you for a very good presentation and the quality of the slides. Do you have a sense of what the time frame would be for this little life cycle of the process, either ideal or what you...
Well, it's still in implementation, so just know that things can be subject to change. But our goal would be to have these be resolved pretty quickly. So we want to give respondents enough time to be able to take the program, file their statements, take the test. But we also don't want them to drag their feet and take forever to do it. So we are going to impose... Our goal, our kind of squishy period is about 2 months for them to finalize every component of it. Again, where they're going to need to enroll. They're going to need to take each module. And similar, we all have to take our ethics training for this agency. There's a little test at the end of each section. Similar to that is how we're running this diversion program, where we're going to cover certain parts of filing the certain forms. So they'll have to complete a quick little quiz at the end, and then they begin the next module. So again, it's asynchronous, so they have time to do it over that 2-month period. But again, they're going to need to complete it within their time frame, which they will have to sign an agreement to understand. And also that time frame will be on that first course page. Again, we're like, these are your requirements that you need to do in order to complete it. And again, we want people to do it, but we also find that like maybe the fee will help incentivize people, some skin in the game, to be able to understand that they have something on the line on taking this program. But we, again, want to have it within a couple months so that way we can turn through respondents. And in the annual report, you've seen that we get about at least 1,500 referrals a year in the enforcement division. So this is really going to help free up a lot of resources to move them through diversion if they qualify.
I share your excitement and enthusiasm about this. I think it's terrific, and do look forward to that. Thank you. You actually anticipated my other question, which was not only the test. I'm actually going back to DMV, type test, but that's all I'll say there. And if there was any part of it, sometimes when you have to take continuing legal education, it prompts you to make sure that you're paying attention to the screen, and if you don't poke it within certain number of seconds, it knows you might be off walking somewhere else while the screen is on. I think this is hypothetical. I'm sharing with you. We don't need to do that because there's a test at the end of each module, so that there's some assurance that the person is really kicking in the program.
Yes, and they have to get a certain amount right to move on to the next module. And again, but it is helpful because it is asynchronous that you can, if they wanted to, they could pace themselves, or if they wanted to wait till the last minute, rush through it to go through all files, but they will have to complete it.
If they don't pass that module, are they sent back to study it again? Or like you get one chance and you're...
No, they'll get more questions will cycle through. Okay. And so they'll have multiple opportunities to pass it. But the test will be, again, we want people to learn. So again, they have the resources there to look on and with what the questions might be. But the goal at the end of the day that they're going to be educated on what they need to know as a public official, on what they need to report, what they need to file by. So again, they will have multiple chances to take the test.
Thank you.
So moving along, there's only a few more slides left. So continuing on with procedure for the SEI referral, so it's just some things to note as general nature. So the completion of the diversion program will not be considered a prior record of violations of the Political Reform Act pursuant to Regulation 361.5E7 when considering a future violation committed by the respondent. And what this means, again, is when we're evaluating cases in enforcement, and I'm going to speak from my prior experience here, you know, it kind of goes on like a scale. So if you had a warning letter for the same type of violation, you no longer can have a warning letter for that same violation again. Then you are put up to streamline tier 1. If you get streamlined tier 1 for that violation, then you're no longer eligible for the warning letter tier 1, you go on to tier 2. So for getting a no action closure letter, it's not going to be a record of prior violation. So if they were referred again, then it would be it could start at a warning letter. So again, the completion of the diversion program will exclude the respondent from participating in the diversion program if the next violation of the same type occurs within 5 years of the first violation. So we're really hoping that people will learn from our program and not make the same mistake within the same 5 years. But if they do, then they cannot take the diversion program again for that same type of violation. However, if you were referred for failing to timely file a statement of economic interest and you completed that diversion program, and then 2 years later you ran for office and you were referred for campaign non-filing, you may be eligible to take the campaign diversion course because it's a different type of violation. It's not the same type of violation. And then once you complete the program, you're going to get this beautiful certificate. So the certificate will be issued again upon the completion of the program that they did all their requirements, they passed all the modules, they passed that final test, and that free trial version, they did the survey, and it's going to include on it, again, the name of the individual that took the program and passed the course, the exam date, the FPPC case number, the diversion program number for our records, and the issue date. And then this will also be sent over to the enforcement division to keep it in their file. And then that way they know, okay, they've completed all the program. Now we can close the case with a no action closure letter and can close the case out. So again, hopefully in the ideal world, these things will be resolved pretty quickly once enrolled, and we can enroll up to 100 concurrent users. So we think we have quite the capacity to move a lot of people through this program once we get launched. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hackert. Great presentation. Do other commissioners have questions? Hackert? Commissioner.
Thank you. So just on that last point, you mentioned you have 100 current people that would qualify for the SEI one, or can you?
Sure. So with our contract with Blackboard, our vendor, we can enroll up to 100 concurrent users at one time. So the great thing with it being asynchronous is that it can be like a rolling log. So we can put quite a few through, and so we've already had some discussions with the enforcement division to hopefully have it all be up and rolling, that we can start receiving those referrals pretty quick after once we launch.
And that goes to, I was going to ask you if you have a sense of what volume of cases or complaints this may apply to at this point. Again, so early.
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. So we have the data. Oh, right. So I know, again, well, let me start with, okay, so in 2021, they received 1,751 referrals. I don't know how that's broken down, but like campaign, SEI, lobbying. But I can tell you from my time in enforcement, just anecdotally, many of those are statements of economic interest. Quite a few are campaign, but I think if it was a pie chart, the majority are statements of economic interest. But when we go to look at the number of streamlined cases that have been presented to the Commission from 2017 forward, so in 2017 to 2018, this is based on the fiscal year, we had 64 SEI violation streamlined cases before the Commission. The peak was in 2019-2020 with 113, and that's just SEI. That year we had 101 campaign, 15 advertising, 9 lobbying. So, and we've had increased numbers of behested payments over the years as well. So that's why we chose those specific courses. But we have quite a few referrals. But as you can see, we have 1,700 referrals received, but we're averaging about like 200 streamline closures a year. And that can change for a lot of reasons, especially from my time of enforcement. Not going to bog you down in the weeds with that, but with the diversion program, again, it offers such a great opportunity to free up resources that they qualify, they can run through this program. And again, they'll get educated and hopefully not be referred back for a second time.
My only other last one, thank you for having that at your fingertips, is there any reason why not to keep the survey even after a fee may potentially get authorized, just for continuous feedback on how it's going?
I think that's a great option, something definitely to consider. It could be maybe something that's an optional feedback and not like a requirement as it is for taking the free course, but something optional, because of course we love having feedback. And this is a new program that we're launching, so having especially the input from the people that are partaking in it would be very helpful as we continue to develop it.
If there isn't a prohibitive cost somehow or a burden from it, may be something to consider. Thank you very much.
Do other commissioners have questions for Ms. Hackert? Hearing and seeing no more. Thank you again very much for your work on the presentation, and thank you very much for your work on the program. It's looking fantastic. Can you remind me again when the switch and start accepting people into the program?
We're hoping soon. We are finishing out our trainings with Blackboard. So Blackboard's been very hands-on in teaching us how to use their system, and they have multiple components to it. So we're finalizing our last few trainings and have been working very closely with our IT department to finalize the last steps. So again, we're hoping for spring for that to be our first course for SCI.
All right, very good. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, excellent presentation. I kind of have a technical question.
Sure.
Because when I hear diversion program, my mind goes one place. Is there any background on why we came up with that actual term? I know what diversion program means. I mean, that's pretty basic, but I was wondering if there's a specific reason why we came up with that specific name.
Well,
I have my theories, but
I can answer why I think because I'm pretty sure I referred to it that way. I variously referred to it as creating a diversion program or traffic school, and I thought diversion program was better than traffic school in this context. But the idea was the same, and that is to literally divert people out of a more labor-intensive aspect of enforcement and into something that is more streamlined to quickly engender compliance, so they don't get bogged down and our resources don't get bogged down.
Oh yeah, I'm real clear on the definition and the connotation. I'm just, because when you think of diversion program, you think of some kind of diversion from criminal activity or penal code violation. So I know that's not the intent. It's just that the semantics of it, I think, could raise some questions. It's not something that I'm objecting to, but I think it's a great concept. I think it's a great idea to give enforcement more resources. I think it's better than traffic school, but yeah, just a thought.
Yeah, I think that's perhaps staff could spend some time thinking about if there are alternative terminology that we can use captures the meaning. Because I think you're right. I mean, it does have a connotation. Compliance school is
wonky, but
yeah.
Good point.
We'll look into that.
I think collectively you guys will come up with other options, and maybe we stick with diversion program. It's just conjures up certain visions that may or may not be understood in the real world.
Any public comment on this item before we move on?
Yes, I had a public comment. If that's available.
Please. We are talking about our improved compliance program.
Correct. I also agree with the recent comments that diversion raised a lot of questions in my mind about it. And so if you allow an informational question or a commissioner would be willing to ask it after I talk, I'm trying to understand. So let's say that someone has a complaint filed against them. The investigation is going on. They've got an attorney representing them, and you're working out negotiating an agreement for a potential stipulation order, possibly, but part of the agreement is they could move into this program, and then they would have nothing on the record. It wouldn't be a violation. So when you notice the complainant of what's happened here, are they going to get notice that this person was put in this program? I'm trying to avoid the use of diverted to this program, but it is a training program, basically, of some sort. So I hope you do find a different name, but if one of the commissioners would allow that question to be answered as informational. I'm trying to understand the process here, because obviously people are going to want to negotiate this one as a first option. So could you explain that, what happens with an open complaint and with the complainant, what they would find out afterwards?
Sure. I think Mr. Bainbridge is probably, our general counsel, is probably the best person to respond to that, but just as the outset, I think it's really the chief of enforcement who's going to make the determination on eligibility. And I don't see that as being a real open negotiation. The regulations are pretty strict on what the factors are. So with that, though, I want
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head with what I was going to say. The goal is to catch the enforcement division to identify these when they first come in. And I think in almost all instances that will happen because it's pretty cut and dry what the criteria is. So before they ever go to investigation, they will be sent over to the diversion program because they'll be able to identify who qualifies and who doesn't at that point. If for some reason it was missed initially, and at some point they realize this person does qualify for diversion, they could be sent to the diversion program after the fact. But in almost all instances that I can imagine, this is going to happen at the outset, probably before they hire an attorney.
And what would the complainant receive as a notice? Would it just show up as a closed complaint, or what would be the notice that the person would receive?
Yeah, typically it's going to be a referral, which means it comes from the filing officer. So where the official is supposed to file is where I would guess 98% of these will come from. If it does come as the result of a complaint that's been filed, just like any other closure of an enforcement matter, the complainant will receive a copy of the letter at the end saying that the matter has been closed because the complainant or the respondent finished the diversion program.
Okay, so we'll mention that they finished the diversion program, so you find a better name. Okay, so it will say that. It will say that then. So a person would know what happened.
Yes. Yes, they will know what happened.
Thank you very much for the clear answer.
You're welcome.
Great. Thank you for that comment. Do we have any additional public comment on our program? Hearing and seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Hackert, again for all of your work and all of your colleagues' work on this.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move to our legislative development report with our Fair Political Practices Commission Legislative Council.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And to be clear, in my email signature, it says FPPC Legislative Council, just to be clear.
Very good.
Okay, so we are in the bill introduction phase of the legislative year. I've included the major legislative deadlines in the report attached to the agenda for your reference. On committee updates, there's only one major update relating to the elections committees. Assemblymember Isaac Bryan is the new chair of the Assembly Elections Committee. He replaces Assemblymember Berman, who at the end of last year was appointed chair of the Business and Professions Committee. On the Commission's priority legislation, AB 775 relating to recurring contributions, I confirmed with Assemblymember Berman's office that he plans to continue this as a two-year bill, and I've communicated and stressed to his office that this bill remains a priority for the Commission, and the Commission has expressed that it wishes to see the bill move as soon as possible this year with an urgency clause so that it can take effect immediately. On to the Commission's...
Sorry, can I just quickly ask you a follow-up question on that? I noticed on the first page, you said that the bill introduction deadline is February 18th. Does that apply to the AB 775, or we're on a different timeline?
Nope, that bill has already been introduced. It's in the second house, so that deadline does not apply. The bill introduction just applies to new bills that need to be first introduced.
Ash, just on following up on that. So that means for that bill, since it's in the Senate now, yeah, it's in the Senate, that the deadline that applies to it is mostly the getting through the committees. And
Right.
then it's not even a House of Origin deadline, really.
That's right, yeah.
So our next deadline is just, it's got to get out of committees in the Senate by the dates that are indicated here.
Correct.
Okay. Put a bow on that one for you.
Okay, on to the Commission's other priority proposals. Since we have last met, I continued to do policy research. I've met with dozens of offices about our proposals. I've reached out to consultants, to staffers on both sides of the aisle, and I'll continue to seek bipartisan support for Commission legislation moving forward. I have two author updates. Senator Newman has agreed to author our proposal creating a state archive for digital campaign ads. This proposal, of course, came from the recommendations of the Digital Transparency Task Force, and the bill number is SD 921. Assemblymember Bryan has agreed to author our proposal making a minor change to the digital ad disclaimer requirements to allow the full disclosure to appear on the face of certain kinds of online ads, instead of requiring that the disclosure only be in the form of a hyperlink to the full disclosure. And that bill is AB 1798. I'll now give some updates on some of the other legislative ideas previously approved by the Commission. In my discussions with potential authors and their offices, I've shared all of the Commission's legislative ideas. Unfortunately, not all of these ideas have gotten traction, but I wanted to communicate to the Commission that I'm out there advocating for all of these proposals. And I do have some specific updates. On the proposals relating to lobbying reports and audits, and for the benefit of the public and to refresh our memories, briefly, these proposals would add to the information that must be reported by lobbying entities for purposes of increased transparency, and would transfer the duty to conduct audits of lobbyist reports to the Commission to help ensure that those audits are being completed. I had some potential author interest, but there was some stakeholder feedback concerning generally the increased burdens on lobbying entities and general interest in seeing the audit duty remain with a separate agency. So based on feedback so far, it's proving to be challenging to move these proposals forward. On the proposal relating to increasing transparency around and access to committee bank account records for purposes of audits and investigations, staff has reached out to stakeholders, and there were some concerns about how adding new duties relating to how bank accounts are managed could be burdensome, especially for smaller committees, and also could potentially interfere with some committees' organizational rules relating to who is authorized to have control over committee bank accounts. Staff considered this feedback and developed an alternate and more targeted proposal that would essentially authorize a candidate to access their own committee's bank account records and voluntarily turn them over if they choose, even if they are not an authorized signer on the account. It would also allow a candidate or other committee to receive what's called the notice to customer that must be served before issuing a subpoena for bank account records. So in short, this revised proposal would allow a candidate to access their own bank account records under certain circumstances, even if they're not an authorized signer on the account. And in cases where records aren't being shared voluntarily with the Commission, would streamline the subpoena process to allow another party with the committee to be served notice of the subpoena if the first party, the authorized signer on the account, cannot be served. That's an alternate proposal that staff has created. We don't have an author yet, but that's the idea that we are moving forward with as we have those discussions. I also have an update on the proposal that would give FPPC special investigators access to criminal history information. After thorough research with the Attorney General's office, we have found that there are federal limitations on the release of criminal history information that would prevent us from being able to get this authority through state legislation. So we will be unable to move forward with this proposal. I'd like to move on now to two new legislative ideas. You got an idea of one of them, what one of them will be in the last presentation. And at the conclusion of discussions about both of these, I'd like to ask the Commission to vote on whether to pursue these proposals in legislation. Over the past several weeks, staff has been developing these ideas and talking to legislative staff and stakeholders, and I've gotten very good feedback so far. And we actually already have authors lined up for both proposals. The first proposal relates to the diversion program, about which we just heard that great presentation. The legislative proposal would codify the diversion program in statute and would give the Commission authority to collect a small fee from participants that would be deposited in the general fund to offset the costs of the program to the state. And we would also seek additional funding for the program through the budget to cover the costs, the additional costs. As we heard in the last presentation, the initial phase of the program is free and includes only statement of economic interest violations. And additional funding is needed to build out the program to cover more subjects and sustain it for the long term. And I'll pause here for any questions about this proposal.
It's not a question, just as a footnote for the record. As long as we change the name, I don't have any problems with the diversion program, but the penal code violations, as I've thought it through, can be addressed by changing the name.
Thank you. I do have some questions. To clarify, first of all, this fee would most likely be paid for by the participant in the diversion program, or is the idea that the fee would be all filers, sort of to create a pot for that? Who would be paying the fee?
Only the participant. That's correct.
Is there any discussion so far about what the maximum fee could be? Like what kind of range we're looking at? I feel like I heard $100 earlier, but it just might just be batted around in my mind. Because if we're having something that will offset the cost to administer, costs grow, or the upward level on that fee, I'm mindful of folks who, if they just don't have a lot of resources. For others, this will be nothing. Either way, we'd like to know if there's a ceiling on it.
I think the diversion program staff is still determining the fee schedule, so I don't have too much to comment on that right now. But I do know that it is intended to be less than what the penalty would have been. I think that's all I can really say at this point.
That's fair. I did have one more. Is that all right? If it's on the fee, I don't want to. I'll leave it to the chair.
Do you have some on the fee? Okay. Commissioner Wilson?
Yeah. As a follow-up to Commissioner Baker's excellent question, would the fee be paid by the participant, or could it be paid by the committee, their campaign committee?
At this point, I don't know of any restrictions that it could not be paid by the committee, but I would defer to diversion program staff if any policies.
That can be addressed later. It's just more of a question for clarification down the road. Thank you.
Actually, as long as we're on that specific question, because that's a good question, Mr. Bainbridge. If a committee fined for a violation of the act and campaigns for that violation.
Yes, campaign funds can be used to pay for most violations of the act. So if it's a campaign violation, I don't think there's any exceptions that campaign funds could be used to pay the penalty.
Okay. I'm still working on it, but.
Thank you. I guess we just would want to keep an eye on, as the language is being developed, that it's been a long time since I've seen a fee that fully offsets the cost of an agency doing anything. And so we just want to watch what that fee is and have that as part of the discussion. So I think it's made that. The second is the language that's deposited in the general fund, which raised all kinds of flags for me, because that doesn't necessarily mean it'll come back to us. There'll be budgetary crises, or there won't be budgetary crises. There'll be somebody we tick off and we may not get the money. So if there's any way to put language that it's reduced discretion as much as possible for that fee that is taken from the participants in the name of this program offsetting their participation, to make it as tight as possible, that it is not discretionary. The legislature will not like something that is not discretionary for them, so get it as tight as you can, would be my suggestion, so that the money doesn't end up elsewhere. You know, maybe there's emergency circumstances where money would need to have that happen, but please watch out for that, and I'd welcome suggestions for how to do it.
Remind me if this is right, but I think the way the proposal is structured is two aspects to it. It would be an ongoing annual to support the program. That would be based on the cost. That makes us whole. The fee, the reason the fee is going to the general fund is paid for the money. Then, furthermore, I believe the initial draft I saw had anti-supplementation language in it, such that in future years the legislature can use our budget appropriation based on the new money we're supposed to get.
That sounds good. If you, in brainstorming, come up with anything else that protects that stream of revenue for this program, by all means, your creative powers to do it. But that was a concern I just wanted to raise. Thank you for that, filling that in.
Any other questions on the diversion program bill for Mr. Sorry.
I have a comment or suggestion at the end regarding the overall legislative package, but that can wait.
Mr. Kano, do you wish to continue?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I'll move on to the second new idea. This relates to electronic signatures and electronic filing. So for background, the Political Reform Act requires in a few places that certain statements filed under the Act electronically, including campaign statements, must be followed up by a paper copy. So there's a dual electronic and paper copy filing requirement. And the paper copy is considered the official or original filing for audit and other legal purposes. Once the Cal Access Replacement System, also known as CARS, is completed and certified by the Secretary of State, these paper copies will be eliminated, but because the CARS start date remains uncertain, there has been interest from the regulated community and from a representative at SOS to address this dual apaper and electronic filing requirement ahead of the CARS certification. Also, I'll say that generally requests for electronic filing options over the years have increased. And during the pandemic, we've of course seen business move even more online, and it's been a bit harder for folks to assemble paper copies and wet signatures. All of this has further increased the need to update the Act's filing requirements to meet current needs and practices. This legislative proposal would eliminate the paper filing requirement by allowing an electronic filing that is signed with a secure electronic signature, as defined in our regulations, and under penalty of perjury, to be the original filing, and a follow-up paper copy would then not be required. Staff thinks that this proposal would be very beneficial to filers by helping them meet their filing deadlines a little more easily, and this proposal would do so without a loss of disclosure or transparency. So I'll pause here for any comments, questions.
A little bit more on the background. I mean, folks may remember this originally came to us last year, I believe it was, talking about a regular electronic signatures. At that time, asked us to expand that regulatory proposal to allow campaigns. After researching that, because I didn't hear a lot of policy objection to that, everyone seems to agree that's a good thing for us to try and do. Legal division advised that we did not have the authority to do that by regulation, which then necessitated this legislative effort. Commissioner Baker?
And I apologize if you just said this. I don't believe I tuned out for any of what you said, but just in case, is the Secretary of State potentially a co-sponsor of this bill that just gives it that much more oomph and hopefully to make it happen?
We don't have indication of that yet, but we'll be working with them moving forward.
Great. Maybe other, I mean, there might be private entities or associations that would co-sponsor that, and the more names get behind that, the more likely maybe somebody will.
Wilson, anything?
I just want to make a quick comment on AB 775. I haven't had a chance to pull it up, but are the Mr. Berman, who formerly chaired the Elections Committee, is the author. But is the new chair of the Elections Committee been asked to be a principal co-author, or is that something that's pending? Because that obviously is helpful when the chair of elections is on the bill.
I haven't heard any discussions about possible co-authors. I can bring that up with his office and see if that's an option.
And my comment is, I commend the chair and vice chair for taking the lead on this issue. But if you were to take this legislative package to a coffee shop and ask people, do you care about any of these issues, AB 775 would resonate with people who have no idea how the FEPC works or elections work. And as we move forward, my recommendation, subject to sign off by the other commissioners, would be to make AB 775 the heart of our legislative package, because that's going to resonate with the average citizen who's reading bills, for example, because many people are impacted by this policy. So just a thought.
Thank you.
I agree. I think it is one of our priorities, and that is reinforced by the fact that we've been working on it for 2 years. Well, it will be 2 years after this session. So I certainly agree. You mentioned you had an idea. Was that okay. Commissioner Baker, anything for this?
I do have something on 775, but I wasn't sure if we were at that stage of.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
So on that bill as well, I think the one question I had is if I don't remember who co-authors are. And, certainly as many members of the relevant elections committee would be terrific, as well as if it is getting bipartisan support, and if not, if there's anything we as commissioners can do in backing you up in seeking that and backing up the author who's carrying it, Mr. Berman, because that's also very important for, as I've said before, and I know my colleagues agree, having bipartisan co-authors, but especially for something like this that is so translatable in the community and very important. So I guess my question is, do you happen to know if there are currently any bipartisan authors, and any way commissioners or otherwise can help you with that or help the authors, either now or in the future? You can let us know.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Currently, we do not have a bipartisan support, or at least co-authors on the bill, but that's something that staff and I are working on actively for all of our bills to get that support.
Thank you, Ms. Takano. Anything else in your legislative report other than obtaining votes on our attention to?
The only things remaining in the report relate to other commission-related bills. So if we'd like to move forward just with our new proposals and vote on those, we can do that at this time.
Okay. And then I would move that we add the 2 new legislative proposals that Ms. Nakano version program, and the second electronic signatures of our legislative pack for this year.
Mr. Chair, I think you're wilting a little bit. You're kind of moving away from your mic, and so I couldn't hear the full motion.
All right. The motion is to formally add the 2 new legislative proposals described by Ms. Nakano, the first being the diversion program and the second being the electronic signatures, to our legislative package for 2022.
Or I would second, I don't know if there's a point of clarification. Would this include, with the feedback that we've provided today on some of the particular points about getting that money to us or any of that? I don't know if that has to be memorialized in your motion.
Ms. Nakano, do you understand the instruction that we want to lock down that money as well as possible?
Understood.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Ms. Laker.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Match?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and proceed with your comments on other commission-related bills then.
Okay, Okay, there are three that I'll bring to your attention. One is AB 975. This was actually introduced last year. It's a 2-year bill. This bill relates to electronic filing for statements of economic interests. It also extends the time that officials have to make reimbursement for gifts of admission to invitation-only events. The second is a new bill, AB 1693. This was introduced by Assemblymember Sayarto on January 25th. This bill extends the Act's contribution limits to apply to campaign contributions to elected state officers to oppose the qualification of a recall measure or to oppose the recall election. And I've reached out to the author's office on this proposal to get a little bit of background, and generally the purpose of this proposal is to treat state elected officers subject to a recall the same as replacement candidates. The third new bill was introduced February 7th. It's AB 1819 by Assemblymember Lee. This bill would extend the foreign contributions prohibition to foreign influenced business entities. The bill defines that term. It would require all business entities within 7 days of a contribution, expenditure, or independent expenditure to file with their filing officer and candidate or committee a statement of vowing that the business is not a foreign influenced business entity. And it provides that people who receive a contribution, expenditure, or independent expenditure cannot spend it unless they receive a copy of that statement. And that concludes my update on those. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Takano. I had just one question / comment / musing on AB 1690. So the question is this change to subject officials who are subject to a state recall election to contribution limits, is that a statutory change?
Yes.
So my follow-up question is, have you heard or are you aware of any discussion about whether there's a constitutional issue with that type of a statutory change? I think the Constitution in our state is pretty clear that a public official subject to a state recall is not a candidate. And if they are not a candidate, then I'm concerned that attempting by statute to apply contribution limits for candidates to somebody who's one, would violate the state constitution, and secondly, would open, I think, a question to whether or not other types of ballot measure committees, special constitutional question, and then implications of all of that. Is any of that being discussed?
I've touched base with the committee consultant for the Elections Committee. They flagged a couple potential issues. They're looking into potential constitutional issues. They haven't done the analysis yet. But they are aware of those possible issues and will be considering those in their analyses.
Okay. I'd appreciate it to the extent that they do look at those and they include that information, that you provide that to us so that we can. Commissioner Wilson?
You're on the same wavelength where I was going to go. My preference or recommendation, and obviously wherever the commission decides by majority vote, it's up to them, is that we defer taking any position on this particular measure because it impacts state elected officials, potentially impacts potentially local elected officials, and there are some constitutional issues, and that probably need to be addressed. Is this bill going to have bipartisan support? There's a whole lot of questions out there. There's also how it would affect constitutional officers. So my recommendation or preference would be for us to hold off taking any official endorsement of this measure, but that's just my own single opinion.
I understood, Ms. Nakano, just to be updating us at this point, and that we're not in a position where we would be taking formal action, but.
Thank you. I will look forward to the homework that the committee team and the authors are going to be doing on this, and any updates that you have for the same questions that the chair raised, which I wouldn't have seen at all. But just as a preliminary point, it's very intriguing to me, and I think it is. There are going to be recall-related bills potentially that will be very much valuable for us to weigh in on in whatever way the majority votes. This may be one of them. I'm very receptive to the idea, but there's a lot more homework to do on it. So that and any other recall-related bills. That was one of the things I think I mentioned in law and policy. If there are more that are introduced, and since the bill deadline is tomorrow, we'll know more. I think our future updates will include what those are, and there could be other versions of this, frankly, that come down the pipeline.
Well, certainly anything that touches on the Political Reform Act.
Absolutely, yes.
True. I was also just thinking of if there's anything recall at all related that is not great, but I don't want to get us outside of our jurisdiction.
I think that's the
Can of worms.
concern. I mean, the elections code is huge.
It's pretty big.
So I think, I trust Ms. Nakano to exercise her judgment.
I had one last one, actually, and this was just when, thank you for providing the bill deadlines. It's been very helpful to know what they are, kind of gives us a sense of how things are going. If any of these bills are scheduled for hearing, where, testimony and support letters are going to be happening, I imagine we will first hear about it in law and policy. But if you happen to see those scheduled in hearing and you're able to provide that update to us, even if it's between meetings, that will be helpful. Grateful for that. So often all the bills are on the last day of the deadline or the last week of the deadline, but sometimes not. And being aware of when that is would be very helpful too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Wood, anything you wanted to add?
No, I've just listened with interest. I mean, of her presentation, the thing I'm obviously most excited about is the digital task force stuff getting a sponsor and an author. So thank you very much for your work on that, Ms. Nakano, and for your great presentation.
I actually had a thought, and it's a follow-up to Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Baker, I think correctly highlighting the importance of AB 775 to the Commission and more broadly to the public. I sense, Ms. Nakano, at this point, is that Assemblymember Berman is in the process of trying to determine how he's going to advance that bill forward. And I want to respect that. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. But I guess my question to the other commissioners is does anybody object if we wanted to send a formal letter, perhaps to both the Assembly and the Senate and to Assemblymember Berman, strongly urging them to move quickly on that bill and expressing our interest and our view? Would that be appropriate? And question for you, Ms. Nakano, is would that be appropriate? Question, if it is, for my colleagues, is everyone okay with us doing that?
We can certainly submit support letters through the typical support letter process. One that is outside of that, I think we have done, the Commission has done that before. It's not something I think we frequently do, but I think it's an option.
I don't object at all. I have some thoughts on that as well as an additional idea. The thoughts on that are, there were some concerns that were raised last year, and we agreed that, boy, it'd be nice to see how this all plays out. I'm sure we are actively involved in communications on a regular basis with the authors and people who had those concerns, because as I recall, they were both sides of the political spectrum, and we'd love to see things get passed and signed from the governor. So I'd like, our letter would need to, I would suggest, be mindful of that. I don't know if we have updates on how those particular issues are being resolved yet. That, I think, should influence the content of the letter as well and what we might specifically advocate for. If nothing else, having a letter that says, we really think this issue needs to be dealt with the highest priority. We can have more detailed letters going forward. That'd be great. The other idea is, it's kind of why, not to hide the ball here, why I thought the committee hearing is important. I think this is the kind of thing where if they're willing to take not just a letter, but the chair or other commissioners with the chair, or however you do it, you testifying either as a principal witness or you get your 2 seconds to say me too. That's how important this legislation is. So may consider that as well all throughout the process. Yeah. Thank you.
Any other commissioners want to? I take that as and to send a letter. All right, Ms. Nakano, anything further you want to bring our attention to on the legislative program?
Nothing further.
All right, thank you very much. Let me call public comment on this item.
Engagement.
Nope. Commissioner Baker.
Thank you. On the issue of how those particular nits and details on 775 are working out. I guess that'll be at our next law and policy meeting, but I guess that's my request, is that we might get a little more granular about where we are with the interests that last year expressed concerns and the particular ideas that are floating about on it. I mention that explicitly here because we know that sometimes things are agreed to and we don't get to find out about it until after it's agreed to, and it could become a different thing that we're not comfortable with. So thank you. You already do a great job of keeping the pulse on it, but that would be my request for the next law and policy, unless there's a earlier opportunity we need to hear it.
Let's plan on that at law and policy, get an update on where we're at with.
Okay, will do.
All right. Thank you. Any public comment on our legislative development?
Yes.
Please proceed.
Because the agenda talks about providing future direction on legislation to be sought by the agency, that's what this comment is going to be related to. It may also cover your last item, which is, future agenda items. But coming back to item 10 was this idea of proceeding with legislation, give the commission authority to void contracts that violate Section 1090 when a party is unwilling or unable to do so. Now this, I talked to the head of the California League of Cities, and they have a copy of the stipulation agreement that was recently reached, as well as the staff report now, and they've engaged their general counsel. So they have a whole chapter in their guide for attorneys, municipal lawyers. Out of 8 chapters, there's one whole chapter devoted to Section 1090 violations. So it's a very important area, and I realize a lot of your efforts are appropriately dedicated toward the political campaign and other sides of these issues, but in this one, they have a whole chapter related to it. So I just want to let you know that it is important that that California League of Cities has been advised of what you're doing in that area, and I hope that you will consider proceeding and directing staff to proceed with a draft piece of legislation or looking into it to allow that voiding of contracts when a party is unwilling or unable to do so, and so that they're void ab initio. So thank you. I hope you'll consider that here, and I won't comment in the future agenda items because it's the same basic request. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. My thought on that issue is we just received the briefing from Chief Brereton today, and the fundamental issue of who can take action in court to void the contract that violates 1090 isn't unique to us. There are other state officials, state agencies, local agencies that don't have that power. And so I think this is going to require a broader conversation, because if we have that power, then why shouldn't the DA have it? Why shouldn't somebody else have it? So I think if that is something that we're going to consider, my recommendation would be that the commission consider that as a more of a long-range project to take a look at and perhaps consider for next year. I don't know if any of my colleagues have it.
And I was actually saving it for when commissioner comments on proposed future agenda items was to because I know this is an agenda item right at the moment, but to put it on the agenda, have this topic on the agenda for us to discuss, perhaps at law and policy. If and when we want to pursue this, having it on a regularly agendized item to make that determination if it is going to be in the future. The bill introduction deadline is tomorrow. Right. And I know that committees have spot bills that, maybe they could be amended, but the work that it takes to get something like this through the process, I think it's later in the legislative year. You have to have someone who just feels like this is their issue, and I think that takes some groundwork to do. But I would like to see us have a conversation agendized, perhaps the next law and policy or one in the spring, about developing this in the future. I know now it's a little bit difficult to have the debate since it's not an agendized item.
Yeah, I agree. We should have it heard at law and policy. I think it's probably here is when because I think what I'd like is Ms. Nakano after you have settled all of the priorities for the package that we voted on and approved. I think there's some outliers that would be important to have in mind before we're briefing on policy. And I'm thinking, I mean, honestly, the commenter mentioned the league. That was number one in my mind. CSAC, the DA's Association, folks who were involved with passing the bill that ultimately gave us the authority. I think we need to talk to them about the problem that the commenter raises and get a common understanding of what a good path forward. I just think that that's going to take more.
Yeah, that's fair.
Month in the middle of
Good
trying to
point.
get our stuff done.
And correct. If I just for the benefit of the public, it's weird, but there are deadlines by which bills have to be introduced. And tomorrow's the day, and it makes it very difficult to just on the fly anytime later in the year to introduce a bill. But even if that weren't the case, we want to have we want to be in the best possible position for whatever policy proposal we're going to land on, if any. And that's the way to do it. So I would agree. In fact, I'm typically aggressive in timeline schedules. Mid-year might be the right time to do it, perhaps not right at the end of session deadline, but certainly be tracking this for. Thank you.
I totally concur that, the timing in this to pursue new legislative action in the second year of the 2-year session in an election year probably is not going to be the easiest path to take. And to reiterate, the model that we followed for AB 775 that got us a lot of traction, that was an excellent way to pursue a legislative matter, in my opinion.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Ms. Nakano. Appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Thank you, my fellow commissioners and the public commenter on that issue. Go ahead and proceed now to item 18. These are our executive staff reports, and we will welcome back to the table and say good afternoon to our Chief of Enforcement, Ms. Brereton.
Good afternoon. So I just have a couple of things to point out in my report for this month. First is that on page 4, you'll see that the 2021 numbers were added to the chart. Secondly, on page 5, we added another chart to detail our prior year's workload. This was in response to some questions from the December meeting. And so this chart shows our quarterly progress during 2021 for cases that we have open for those particular years. And with that, I will submit.
Thank you, Chief Brereton, and thank you for, in response to some of the commission comments that you heard, adding, it's on page 5 of your report under heading prior year workload. And I think one thing that I take away from this is it pretty clearly shows enforcement, the work that you're doing to try and get through those older cases that we have. And I mean, you just look, cases open from 2017, started the year at 80, and by the end of the year, you're down to 42. You were at, 38 for 2016 cases, you're down to just 15 at the end of the year, or close to the end of the year. So I think that, to me, that's very reassuring that we're trying to get through those older cases as quickly and as competently as possible. Appreciate you sharing that information. Commissioners have comments for Chief.
Thank you. I really appreciate this. It was so quickly responsive to the request, and it is so helpful. It shows the work that the team is doing, and I for one am every agency is going to have lots of work and never feel like they've got all the resources that they want, and so we're no exception to that. I'm very proud of this agency and give a shout out to the enforcement team, and otherwise we're doing something about it. There's the streamlining. And there's this diversion program that has, I think, a real opportunity to have an impact on that. And so I'm grateful for it and the work that the team does. I do recall from December, and I went back and kind of looked at it a little bit yesterday, the December meeting, mention of there is an effort to try to find ways in which we can support the enforcement team while still keeping some metrics that are not just anecdotal, but are really how people are doing. And I just encourage those efforts to continue. It's also fair to the folks who are doing the work, as well as the ability to just shed some light on how overall as an agency we do on this. And you mentioned that at the December meeting. I want to give a kudos for that and encourage that to continue in ways that's fair to the people who are working on the cases day to day. So thank you for this, and look forward to what I know will be continuing. I'm very optimistic about with the programs that are going on, what will be continuing progress on, despite the fact that there's no extra money in the budget for an enforcement team.
Thank you, Commissioner Baker. Commissioner Wilson?
I'm going to commend Chief Brereton on the excellent report and all the hard work that your, I usually say staff, but your team is doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Brereton. Appreciate it. Go ahead and move on to the revision report.
All right, good afternoon. I would point you to, on the bottom of page 15, we have a section we've added to the report, which is new and updated educational resources. So in this section, we plan to, anytime we have new resources or resources that we've updated on our website, we're going to list those on here just for the Commission's knowledge, and for those members of the public that actually read my report, they can find what we've added. Over the last couple of months, we've added quite a few things. Earlier today, we approved the behested payment form. So we've added some instructions on how to complete the old behested payment form with the new information required by our regs that we just passed. So our IT group is working on updating our electronic filing system to have the new form that was approved today on our system for the state filers that use our electronic system. But they need a little bit of time. They had to wait till the form was approved before they can put it up. So they need a little bit of time to get that up. In the meantime, anybody who has to file an 803 and has to report some additional information based on the regulations that were passed in October, can use our existing form, and we have instructions on how to make the old form work for the new disclosures on our website. A few other things also on the behested payment front. We have a fact sheet on there now that we've created that goes over behested payment reporting generally, and then also the new requirements from the regulations. One other thing we're doing with behested payments, Karen Harrison, the attorney who presented those, has reached out to the Attorney General's office, and they put out a guide for charitable organizations. And she has suggested, and they've agreed to add a section to that guide regarding behested payments. So she's working with the AG's office to add this to the guide so that, we often hear charitable organizations have no idea about this requirement. So now we'll have a short section about what behested payments are and when the filing is required.
That's a great idea. That is a fantastic.
It was all Karen's, so she gets the credit for that one. And she made it happen.
Ms. Harrison.
We also have a new laws fact sheet that went up that will go over all the new statutes and regulations that went into effect start of this year. So that's there. See anything else? We passed the digital signature regulations. I'm losing track. That must have been November. So we have a guide up now that assists both filers and filing officers with the mechanics of creating a digital signature, and for the filing officers, how to approve a digital signature. Kevin Cornwall worked with our IT team to come up with the instructions on how to do that. So if there's filing officers or filers out there that are wondering how they can do this with their Adobe, we have some information there that hopefully will be helpful. We updated our Where to File pages, which has been a project that has been long in the works. So you can find that if you're a candidate and you need to know everything you need to file as a new candidate. It will also be on our website. And we've also updated our advertising disclosure charts.
Thank you, Mr. Bainbridge. Questions or comments for Mr. Bainbridge? Commissioner Baker?
Thank you. My microphone was off when I think we were all saying thank you to Karen for such a great idea and for great update. I'm also very appreciative that the links are here to fact sheets, because it's helpful for us to see what they are and know without having to use a lot of paper. One issue that was discussed when we adopted the behest payment rules was, and I'm just curious what the status is not expecting it to have been done yet, but, just where it's at, is an outreach specifically to, say, League of Cities, CSAC, maybe School Board Association, people who have to comply with behest-based rules, to offer trainings or encourage. We were thinking of doing a video, because we have video trainings on the other components of regulations that we have. So I'm just curious if, I suppose on those two, maybe next is the video trainings, or making those trainings available, and jointly doing them with agencies that have a lot of members who fit within that. I think I mentioned that in October, but it's a blur. So any thoughts on where that might go?
The fact sheet was kind of the first step.
Right.
And then we're also, for the diversion program, we have, eventually we'll have a behested payment training there. So I think in the course of creating that training, we'll also create a behested payment training for anyone who wants to take it, not just, once they've gone into the diversion program. My plan is to do those together, because we can duplicate a lot of effort. That will happen sometime this year.
Right. And then with respect to some of it's sort of the job of other associations, but they do a lot of training of their new members. When someone becomes a school board member, when they become a city council member, a county supervisor, they have all kinds of trainings that they do. And maybe it's just up to them to do it, but if there's any overtures that we make to them to encourage them to be aware of the behest payment and utilize our fact sheet and make ourselves available for those, we have a really great set of trainings that we do. So there's that again.
Yeah, I'll reach out to them and make sure they are aware of the new fact sheet, and that I think it's a good opportunity to tell them the form has changed, and that's been adopted. So we'll send them a packet of new information about behested payments.
Thank you.
In addition to what Commissioner Baker said, General Counsel Bainbridge and his staff, as well as Executive Director West, they've been very helpful in laying out the different information and training that's available. And if anybody goes to the FPPC website, you guys are doing an excellent job continuing to update it, make it user-friendly, accessible to the public as well as commissioners. So thank you.
All right, moving on. We'll move to the Audits and Assistant Division staff report, and welcoming, I believe for the first time officially, our chief of our new Audits and Assistant Division, Shraddha Shah. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and the Commission members. So my report is as submitted, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do other commissioners have any questions or comments for Ms. Shaw on her Audit Division report?
Very grateful, and I saw future plans sound terrific. I mean, just good to see that kind of I think you called it cross-training or cross-trained, and very grateful to see. So look forward to updates, but thank you.
Commissioner Wood?
I guess I do have one question. It's slightly nerdy, but you have this, you're like, of course it's nerdy, it's you. So you have this section on the audit.
You're in good company.
Right. You have this section on the audit selection process, and I would love to hear whether you plan to stick with the public draw and whether that, like, what that will actually look like, So I do randomization in my side hustle, my non-FPPC work, and we just do it on the computer. And I've never actually watched the audit draw happen in California. So I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the process that will be used for that.
So yes, my understanding is we are going to continue with that. And what we do is we do have our team has this program that they run where they select the audits randomly. Unfortunately, for the last one, I was not here to witness it. So I haven't actually seen it myself, but it's done every 2 years and we post the results on our website. But I haven't been here for any of the last ones to see actually how it's been done. So I cannot give you a lot of details on that, but I can definitely look into that and then present it at a future meeting.
It's not that big of a deal. It's just a big curiosity of mine because the cool thing about the way California does it is my understanding is it's random, And so
Yeah.
I just didn't know in what way it gets randomized. It's just a curiosity question. It's not, probably not that interesting to the public unless they're elected official or candidate, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you.
And actually, Ms. Shaw, I think that'd be a good thing for you just to kind of just run through for us next month as part of your report,
definitely.
just following up on it. This is the process. This is how we've done it in the past. These are the statutes or the regs that come into play, et cetera.
Sure.
Well, the only comment I have is I have the benefit of having more regular contact with Ms. Shaw since she started, and I will just say you're doing a great job. You have hit the ground running, at least for my part. You're certainly exceeding expectations on starting to get your arms around things in audits. So appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, we will welcome back to the table Ms. Hahn for our Admin and Technology Division report.
I would like to submit the report as is, but I would like to set a reminder to all those 700 filer, as well as our chair and commissioner, that your filing deadline of the Form 700 is upcoming. It's actually due on March 1st.
Thank you. Appreciate the reminder. Yes. Any questions or comments for Ms. Hahn on her report? Hearing and seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Last but not least, our Executive Director report, Ms. West.
Hello. So we have a couple things to report on, and I am going to refer to Sasha Linker, and she's going to turn on her camera and give us a little presentation on some updates that she's made.
Hello, Chair and Commissioners. Sasha Linker, Commission Assistant. I'm here to update the Commission that the 2021 heat map has been updated on our website. I know in the past the Commission has identified additional data that they'd like to see included in the heat map, and we're currently working with our vendor to see what's possible in terms of expansion. I'm hoping to come back to the Commission at a later date when we have a more firm answer. I also wanted to highlight the top 10 contributors list for the Commission. So I'll go ahead and pull that up now. So our top 10 contributors lists are comprised of data received from committees that are primarily formed to support or oppose a state ballot measure or a state candidate that raises $1 million or more for an election. During the 90 days before an election, we make every attempt to update the list in one business day. Otherwise, the lists are updated on a weekly basis. So to get to our T10 list, it's under Transparency Portal, and then Top Contributors List. I happen to have the pending and circulating ballot measures up for you guys. We're currently publishing contributions of just under $300 million for this year's elections. There is currently one qualified initiative for the November 2022 ballot, and 10 pending or circulating initiatives that have data associated with them on our website. Unless there are any questions, I'll kick it back to Executive Director West.
Any questions for Ms. Linker on the T10 reports that are available on our website? All right, Ms. West. Thank you, Ms. Linker.
Okay, we have a couple other things to report on. We do our report to the legislature every year, and so you'll see the supplemental legislative report that's attached to the exec staff report. And that's usually a pretty tight turnaround because the deadline for that is January 10th, and it's the numbers from the year before. So we always have to hustle at the beginning of January. So staff looks tired, you know why. And then I also want to invite Lindsay Nakano to, I'm not going to say her title, I know that's very controversial today. So I would also like to welcome her back because she was the main force behind the production of our annual report this year.
Thank you. I just wanted to let everyone know that the annual report is available on the website right now. If you go to the homepage, it's under the About FPPC tab. It includes highlights and accomplishments from last year, including highlights from all of the divisions, statistics about the work that was done by the Commission, summaries of legislation, regulations, and major enforcement decisions, and it highlights the work of the Digital Transparency Task Force. I wanted to thank all of the staff and division chiefs who contributed to the report, and also a special thanks to Rieko Ivaska, one of our IT specialists who designed and laid out the whole thing. So yeah, take a look.
Thank you, Ms. Nakano, and thank you to your colleagues that helped you with the annual report. Appreciate it.
One quick question, if I may.
Oh, Commissioner Baker.
It's a great report, and it does look terrific. So to the, again, I should give the shout out. Do members of the legislature or other parts of the government receive a hard copy or other notification about it?
I can't recall if we've done that in the past. We have. Okay, so the answer is yes.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. That was just checking on that. I know it might not be the first thing in their inbox or at the top, but I think it's important, especially for the elections team and staff and other agencies who interact with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. West, anything further on your report?
No, that's it. I usually keep a couple on my table, so if you ever need an extra, really, that with an EAP card, but that's another story.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Director West. And thank you, Ms. Linker, for all of your work on the T10s, which is a continuous activity that I know you spend a lot of time working on, and for the work you do on it. Appreciate your work on those items. All right, any public comment on the executive staff reports? Hearing and seeing none, we'll proceed to our final item, Commissioner comments, proposed future action, agenda items. Do any commissioners wish to identify future agenda items?
This goes into just a comment, not agenda items. I think we already we circled back on that. But very quickly, I watched the public outreach and tech committee meeting, and our website really has been updated. That search function is a great improvement. Ms. Hackert gave an update on that. I believe Commissioner Wilson mentioned a little bit of that earlier, but for someone who's not on that committee and just was searching around, it has been a really great improvement. So thank you to the committee, the commissioners, and the team who worked on that. It's much better and about real time. So express that publicly because I know a lot of people worked on it.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioners? Final comments, future agenda items? Hearing none, I will move to adjourn. Do I have a second? Ms. Linker.
Commissioner Baker?
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Wood?
Aye.
Chair Matich?
Aye.
The motion passes.
All right, thank you, everyone. Have a great weekend. See you next month.
Bye, thanks.